Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Be with you all in a moment. Okay, well, we have audio and we have Cottie kitties. She needs cookies. She's been patiently waiting. Okay. Okay. Maybe you guys can hear the music, maybe you can't. This would be, if you can hear it, it'd be Skid Row Slave to the Grind, but okay, I had to order resistors for this because I cannot find my resistors. Now that I ordered them, I will find them. I can't find my whole resistor book. Make that a little bit bigger there. I think the music is getting through. Okay. We are going to do these transmission controllers tonight. Wish I could find those freaking resistors, man. What in these packs? I can't even find my resistor binder. Where the hell did that go? That's IC chips, transistors. There's CMOS flash. 50 of those. Oh, that's 232 line driver. Okay, I need to turn up the audio and see if okay, I need to turn up the audio and see if turn up the audio and see if okay. That was weird. Really? Get those inventoried. What do I want to do today? I know I need to do the transmission controllers. Where I've got what, three more that came in that I got to cut open. Okay, let's get medieval. We are. Ooh, gotta get those cleaned. Where are my other wipes? I need a step stool now to get up on my stool. Where are my wipes? There they are. I will need these. New transmission controller. And I need to get some booze. Circuit board booze. Where's the circuit board booze? Got bottles of it. Grab some more. Here it is. I need a stool. Swear I'm shrinking. Knew I had one open. Hey, we have IPA. And always leaves a little left in it. Let's back up in the cabinet. Yeah, Windex. Got a little dirty today. Sun was out. Sun comes out, things dry up, and dust flies around. Cottie, want cookies? She always wants cookies. She's a good supervisor. Okay. My hands are steady today. Keep getting prepared. Have the chat box up. My supervisor's supervising me. I never got to emailing Siglent. Be able to see if we could do both remote and local at the same time. It's got to be a way to monitor the output of that. You guys can't see what I'm doing. One day I'll get a new camera. There we are. Should be able to see that now. Awesome, awesome. Be back in a second. Too much coffee ready. I cannot do this one yet. I need to turn on the X-ray machine and I need to X-ray this one without a top so that I can get a good map of it because I don't have an X-ray of this one yet. I really need to figure out the networking on this old Windows 7. Why it won't connect to my Windows. I can see the computer, but it asks me for a password on the Windows 10 or on the Windows to log into the Windows 7, and it won't take the password. I think I need to just create a new user. I just save the images from this computer on the remote drive. I might be able to log in from this one to that one. Let me see here. Network. I'm not even seeing it. There it is. There it is. Okay, that's how I can do it. Okay, I got it figured out. Instead of logging in from that computer to this computer, I went from this computer to that computer. And I got it blocked from getting on the internet. And let's see if it will save an image from to a network drive. And I'll probably have to go through its calibration because it's been off for 24 hours, so. Yep, it's got to go through calibration. Give it about 5 or 10 minutes and we can mess with that a little bit more. I wish I could identify that chip right there. Might have to sacrifice one. Send it out for decapping. See if we can identify it. I got a couple I could sacrifice. So far, I've been streaming for what, 27 minutes and done absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. We've given Cottie cookies. She likes her cookies. She thinks I'm going to give her cookies. I could start on another one. Let's start on another one. Let's start on this Daihatsu. We already got the x-ray of that one. Okay, so this one you can see the leakage, the spewage. Can you see it there? I'm going to check the integrity of this bonding wire here. Okay, you can see that stuff right in there. That's just leakage from that capacitor. Usually this capacitor is jacked up. You can see right here too, you got leakage right there. So this capacitor, those capacitors got to come out. Yeah. Wish the field of view on this was bigger. There's probably a trick to get the field of view bigger to what I actually see in the microscope. Okay. I have gone through, I did these like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I've gone through that many. We've got we're going to build more kits. We can do that tonight later after we get these done. So that leaves me with 1, and I've got 3 more that just came in. So I gotta build some. I hate going over to the drawers, and I'd rather just pull the drawers and put them together, 50 cap kits, and order more. I just made an order. So that's the way it normally works. You order from Mauser. I I'm monitoring on this right here, and I hope there's not that many pop-up ads for other people. Okay, so we get medieval with these. We just use, to get these out, tried to explain this on another video. Let me pull it up here. The epoxy gets right on, they just flood it right over the capacitor. So you can desolder it and you're not getting that capacitor out whole. Same here, it's epoxied in to the base. Same over here. So you just twist them out. You just grab them and twist. They come right off real easy because the leads are pretty much busted up. Oop, I gotta clip that off. It's the only real easy way to get these out. Look at that. See all that? Look at that leakage. That was leaking for a long, long time. Where'd that other one go? Yeah, that one was leaking for a long time. Look at that. All crystallized. Leakage. And it leaked onto this. Usually it'll corrode these entire, those will just be floating. That one's solid, one's solid. I'm gonna have to, I'm not gonna pick at that one, but I don't know why I blow. I've got my little blower there, but yeah, that's pretty good corrosion. That one's leaking too. You can see it right there. That one's coming out next. It takes a lot longer to do this while streaming. That one wasn't too bad. Made sure that my little tool is charged this time. We got x-rays of this board last night. So just do the same thing here. Just be very careful. Try not to slip with your pliers. And I've knocked a couple of these bonding wires off before, and it's not fun having to dig through the epoxy. But now that I've got x-rays of them, I can go to alternate points. I'm using a 05X right now, but I've got awesome for the scope. I can pretty much see the whole width of that board on the microscope, but the camera is not. It's about half of what I see through the scope. That one's jacked up a little bit, so that one's definitely leaked. Yeah, it's not that bad. But yes, this Daihatsu was definitely failed. So, now the fun part. Coffee. on how I get these bases out. So I take a X-Acto knife. This one will usually break and get stuck right there. So I take my hot air. Yeah, remember this is an aluminum silicon nitride board. So if anybody knows about working on aluminum boards, they're just a massive heat sink. So no, I haven't watched Lewis's video today, man. I need to. I've heard a couple messages about what's going on. I keep getting these sponsored pop-ups of Russian brides or hookers, but yeah, this is the 05X reducer. I'll have to figure it out. It's slightly different setup than most people, but I'm liking the Smiji Techno. Does Cottie got her back turned to me? Yes, she does. She's not supervising me. But we've got chatters, so we gotta give Cottie some cookies. How many chatters do we have? Hey, we've got USA Ink and Gadget Fix Lab. Here we go. Yeah, she got 2 piles of cookies. Channel rules are the channel rules, man. She was like, oh, you're chatting with somebody. I'm just going to turn my back on you. Hey, we will continue on here. My hot air on. I just heat the bottom of the board up here to loosen the glues that the adhesives they use. And it smells like fish. It's just that bad leaking capacitor smell. Okay. And we should be able to come in here. Need to replace that tip. And that one popped right off. That one's split. That one came off. Remove the bases. Now these ones here, see how the epoxy is flooded over the base? This one might come off, but it probably won't. Yeah, it's just gonna break. And same the epoxy's just flooded over. That was the main capacitor that was killing this transmission controller. Usually you got one that's just really bad. But then to get those, I take this little tool here. And you just go very, very carefully. And you just grind away with this epoxy, which is like hard as stone. Don't go too deep. Get my little blower, make some mess. Kind of feel like a dentist. I used to have to do that to be able to put in a regular surface mount again. And I said, screw that, so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not down all the way. I gotta keep going. I've got a full battery this time. No having to wait. The thinner you can make it, the easier it's going to be on you. Oh, and this is a Daihatsu transmission controller. And get more. I've done enough of these. I've got a system that I use and it works well. And I use just a little blower because Cottie don't like the shop air. So, good little blower. Has enough pressure to don't destroy everything on the board, so. Give the board some Novocaine first. Yeah, we'll give it a shot right here. We'll be giving it a shot. No. As then it says, you're a strong man. You don't need none. You don't need that. It hurts worse to get the Novocaine. There it comes. Right off. And the next one. Right here, it's just, it pours in right in the little crevice right here. It just pours in right there. So. Sometimes they come out really with no issues. Sometimes they just fight you the entire way. Once you do it a while, you can get a feel for where you're at. And this epoxy dust gets everywhere, so be very careful because you got a little ceramic capacitor right there. You don't want to damage it. That should be enough to get that one out. Give it a little bit of heat. It's local. And it's going to want to break. Almost out. Almost. It fractured. Got it. It is out. One more to go. Yeah, I just do these at my leisure. They're not, I don't I'll do them when I get a few of them, and they just go right in the normal, the standard work queue. So this is the one that takes a lot of grinding because it's got a lot of epoxy. But I told the Mitsubishi Pajero Daihatsu key truck community, as long as I get 4 of these a month, I will keep doing them. Yeah, there's a lot of grinding for not much movement there. I have something on the way. It's going to be an interesting new adventure. I'm going to try to get into something new. Which tool? The little grinding pen? And these were what, $10 at one point? They were cheap and they work great. I want an actual real air-driven dental one. But those things are bloody expensive, man. Okay, almost there. Almost there, you can see. We're getting there. I put you only get 1 or 2 of these controllers on a charge. These pens don't last that long. We're gonna try that. It should be good. Yeah, people are like, "Oh, what's so hard about these? Why do you charge what you charge?" This right here. And I can show you a picture of people send me pictures of ones that they've had other people do, and they just botch them, man. This is not going to come out easy. This one's in there. You don't want to scrape down here. You'll cut the trace or crack the circuit board. So come in here with a little bit of heat. Not a lot. Both sides. There it comes. Just be very easy. Sometimes you can put a drop of IPA on there and loosen up, because they glue them down from that's factory glue you see there. So you can see where it was still stuck. So. I've got massive errors, so not a big issue. I've got 4-cylinder 2-stage compressor. It keeps up with anything I throw at it. Sandblast cabinet. You don't want to have this alcohol go everywhere. So try to get as much of the leaky crusties off as you can before you start soldering on this thing. Be very, very careful around those bonding wires. You breathe on them and they break. They're just glued on, so you don't want to have too much. Try to negate the fish smell, but you're not cleaning it up all the way. Not on these. You could spend 2 hours, 3 hours cleaning it up, but yeah. I would usually throw this on the heat plate, but I've tried to do these with the Hako. The Hako just did not have the oomph and thermal recovery to be able to do these. You'll see this JBC, it's set at 660 Fahrenheit. It will struggle. Okay, that's one off. Remember, this is an aluminum board. It will eventually. You need more heat. Usually I'll do it on the hot plate, but I'm recording tonight so I can suffer. Too much corrosion. I gotta clean off this. Too much corrosion. Now she'll be able to get some thermal transfer. Board's still warm, I can feel it. So. There we go. Just get those off. It's not pretty yet. Yeah, these are smaller pads, so give it some heat. Yeah, I've been looking at the surplus dental drills, and they still are, like I said, are expensive, but yeah, it's not transferring heat. Yeah, we should be able to get some break through that crust. Okay, now you just wipe right off. I had to leave a couple behind before because they just would not want to come off. So I don't want to come out. Oh, just broke a wire. See? That was just corroded. They're just very, very fragile. I'm gonna have to repair one bonding wire. But now I know where it goes because I got an X-ray. That ain't coming off. Yeah, just barely touch these bonding wires sometimes and they just pop right off, especially if they got electrolytic corrosion. So that one just don't want to come out. These are a pain in the butt sometimes. That one's almost out. Yeah, this whole, that one there I'm gonna have to replace. I hate it when I break a bonding wire, but that was all corroded anyway, so. And that was just touching it with a piece of solder. Gotta get in there with. Get in there with the Dremel. I like to get all the feet or the legs from the old capacitors out if I can. Coming. This one don't want to come out. A little bit of flux, not too much. Just teasing me, man. It's just teasing me. It wants to come out. Okay, get my tweezers and try to pick it out of there. That ain't gonna come out. Sometimes they just want to be a pain in the butt. Nope. Don't want to use too much. Got alcohol absorbed. The struggle. Usually I can knock these out pretty quick. Gotta go a little bit more in with the Dremel. And just did not go. Not right if you leave those in, but I usually won't spend way too much time on it here. But it's just because it's the aluminum board. Might have to break out the preheater. Usually I can just do it by spot heating. There it comes. It's out. Got it. at the cost of a bonding wire. Okay. I'm gonna have to go into that one a little bit further. They want to be stubborn. Yeah, but you live in a bus, right? So you need a small compressor. A guy I know for operating his desoldering iron uses scuba tanks and regulates the pressure down. Pretty ingenious. Heat that up just a little bit more. I don't know if you can see, I put my finger on it. When it gets too hot to touch, it's pretty much warm enough. I set my hot air to about 400 degrees. Okay. I'm still picking up. I had a fiberglass brush disintegrate on me. This looks like a mess, but it looks better when it's done. And I always try to push this way because you don't want to go that way and knock those 3 wires down. It's not good. It's pretty much out. There we go. Okay, clean up all the pads. Repair that bonding wire. So I just use a little bit of flux. Go up a little bit on the iron on this board. That hold iron to change temperature. I am holding iron. Go 690. Yeah, and the software this microscope uses has a memory leak. Clean off these, scratch off these pads. This one has some bad bad leakage, man. Usually they're not this bad. I'll look up where the best point is to solder a new jumper. Yeah, I was talking about that little bonding wires last night. That the acid will leak down into this corner and kill those two bonding wires. Those are a pain in the butt. Those look like they're just covered in dust, but they look pretty good, so. It's like there was some plastic left behind. I thought I got it all out. Yes, that one turned out clean enough. I'm gonna have to scrape on that a little. Be very, very, very careful. This is just, it's not plastic, that's just corrosion. So it's this bonding wire there. These are aluminum and they're glued on, so that crap solder off. A little scratching with the tip. There we go. That pad be clean. I'm gonna have to charge a little bit more on these Daihatsus because every one of them seems to be a pain in the ass. Do that pad right there. Get the electrolytic juices off. Or was it what pad? Or was it this pad right here? Light touch. That pad right there. It usually about 1 in 10 I'll knock a wire off. This one's really corroded here. Need to get a smaller scraper. Sometimes I'll just use this without it on. Scrape the pad clean. I think we can tin that pad. Give her a little heat. You ain't putting that aluminum wire back on without glue. And I've tried 2 different types of conductive glue and they didn't work. So they're using some sort of special bonding wire glue. A little bit of flux. Don't want to use a Rossmann size amount. Not in this neighborhood because it will attack the adhesive. So. That's where we're going. Now I gotta pull up the x-ray. Let's pull up the x-ray of the Daihatsu. Okay. We have the X-ray of the Datsu. Come here. Here's this one, so it jumps from here to there. So we've got let's see where we're at. So if we have this pad here, and it goes under the epoxy into there. So if we hit a jumper to this trace right here, we'll bring that back together. It's gonna be a fun one. Good continuity. Hey, extra time I have to spend wearing traces. And these are paper thin traces too, so they're not. It is. Right to that trace there. Yeah, there's no way I'd want to dig into that epoxy like I used to. So we can wipe that off. Just real easy. Just take it out. You got the magnet wire. A little copper wire on there. My good tweezers. Darn it. So we want to go right there. Dixie Vigsy. That is just... Okay. Damn it. Need more flux. Yeah. Not the best work when you're working with these aluminum boards. You just tack it wherever you can tag it. There we are. We have a replaced bonding wire. I hate these frickin' aluminum boards. Not my best work, but it'll work. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this batch of Steary flux. But imagine having to do that on all these. I got a guy that wants to send me in a board. Oop, I didn't mess with that one. I didn't touch this one here. I did not touch that one. That one looks like it goes into a transistor under that pack. Darn it. Another one. Okay, find that wire. We might be able to hack that one off solder. So we got the triples. We got the triples. Well, you want cookies? Okay. Well, where's your cookies? There's your cookies. Wow, 2 bonding wires on one. That's unusual for me. Okay, so there's a blob here, blob there. Let's go to that. Was that where it went? It's out of the blob. So we got the 3 wires there. Goes from there, there, to there. So from see where that one goes. I don't have to dig through that epoxy. I don't want to. This one. Okay. So we have the 2 that jump a third. So if, I think it's that one right, that pad right there. Gotta go from here to there. Let's test it. I might have knocked it but yeah, we got continuity. That's where we're gonna go. Ugh. My hands ain't steady enough anymore, I don't think. Gotta be very careful. Yeah, on this side because it connects to one of those painted on resistors right there. Get that glue off. Scratch that. Try to. Sometimes you can get these back on soldered, but we can try it. But I don't think it's going to go again because they're aluminum. Maybe it got that one. Sometimes it works. Nope, it just pops right off. Ain't gonna work. I guarantee it. Just to show you guys. Might have worked on that one. It's stuck. Okay. That's good. It's stuck. Sometimes it won't. Nope, it didn't. It just slid right off. There we go. Point proven. Let's just get rid of that. But we know we got the right line. Wipe that one out. Let's hope for no more broken bonding wires. All it takes is one little slip. One little slip and it's done. Even us pros goof it every now and then. It happens. I just get disappointed in myself whenever I do it. Let's throw the x-ray off, but yeah, by having that x-ray, we were able to see that it went from here, jumpered to here. It just follows a trace. There's painted resistor right there. Goes to here, and another painted resistor right there. So just going from here to there. Before I would have had to poke around and okay, let's be very, very careful between these bonding wires here. Like that. Gotta burn off some of that coating. There we go. Nice and clean. Lift that up a little. We are repaired. Yeah, I probably had my camera blocked, but yeah, I just, every one of these are slightly different. Good. I'll say that is jumpered. Just inspect all the other bonding wires, make sure nothing else is floating in the midair. That one right there. Three bonding wires. This one's going to be a nothing but bonding wire nightmare. I guarantee it. It's had a lot of corrosion. So I'm going to pop that one and go from there to there. I'm not going to poke any of the others because they will just pop right off. And I don't want to have to rebond wire this whole thing. Yeah, that one, see, I just barely touched it and it came right off. So this will take note. The glue. Yeah, I'm like, I did not touch that bonding wire. I need to find a good adhesive epoxy for when I find issues like this that I can quickly correct it. Need flux. Don't forget the flux. It ain't gonna solve. What's up? We're good. Not gonna touch any of those others. If they're hanging on, they're hanging on. but I do got to clean up the flux. This is where the rabbit hole goes, man. Already into this one way too long. Hey, this one's almost done. Gotta put new caps in it. 3 broken bonding wires. Just double check me. Oh, we got another floater right there. God damn it. I must have tapped that one too. Right there. Okay. 4 bonding wires. Really hate. Really hate this. I think I'm going to start charging extra for the Daihatsus because every Daihatsu has bonding wire issues. Every single one of them. And if I got to replace all the bonding wires, it drives the cost up. I hope I'm not chasing bonding wires all night. That would suck. But it is what it is. If I break any more, I buy on economical, repair it, and it's done. Because they should not come off that easy. through that freaking. Good enough. And that flux out of there. Just double check and make sure I didn't knock any other bonding wires off during the process. Clean that flux out. Ah, damn it, that one too. I'm BER in this one. I'm gonna fix this last one. And then it's beyond economical repair. Because that one next to it's gonna break too. There's so much leakage in here. This one's going to be beyond economical repair. Just touched it barely with the paper and it was done. So that one is right there. From there. Where are we at? Right here. There, so it can go to that pad right there. It goes from here to there to there. I think that next one's gonna pop too. It can go there. This is gonna be a mess. That one goes to I should have known this one when I looked at it. Might have enough to tack onto it right there. But then I'm going to be real close to that other wire. Where's that other wire going? in case that pops off. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare. I could go right here. Okay. Usually it's 5 is my limit. Yeah, I should have enough to get in there. But I'm going to break, that other one's going to break. So I will usually only chase 5. After that, yeah, it's too much corrosion. We have enough to jumper that. But I know I'm going to break that other one. That's just a lot of corrosion in there. This is the worst case scenario here, man. Pretend that. Damn it. Okay, now do I want to attempt to clean that flux? I got to clean the flux. And then the solvent really don't help. Okay. gonna say all those. All stuck down. Okay, 5. That was the limit, man. Yeah, I stopped ultrasonicking these. I put 3 into the ultrasonic one day, and they all came out with no bonding wires. And that was just a 10-second dip just to knock the flux off. Yeah, we are not the prettiest, but it's really not that pretty. But let's double check, make sure we have continuity. We got continuity. Got continuity. Continuity. Let's get this sealed up. Let's get caps in there and get it done. Not breaking any more wires. God, this one's taking me way too friggin' long. Losing my ass on it. Time is time. Yeah, this is what I was talking about a couple live streams ago when I was warning people that when you open them and all the capacitors have leaked everything everywhere, the ceramic boards don't absorb the board or absorb the electrolytic like the fiberglass, so it just sits there on the top, corroding all the connectors. And I know if I pop that one right there, I know where it goes. But if we lose this one right there, game over. Because I'd have to dig down into the board here. And I'm not doing that. I really don't like that peak on that solder, but oh well. It's a ceramic board. You're getting what you're getting. I remember. Yeah. And this is how I've been doing them for a couple years now. Nice clean solder on that. Stick them on. Yeah, 5 is pretty much my hard limit if I have to repair them before I start charging extra. I need to put that a note on my site. Need a little bit more flux. My tip. Should preheat this a little bit more, but we're good. We are good. God, this one's taking me how long? Plus, I'm sitting here BSing to myself. I'm talking to myself. Nobody wants to watch me. So. Really nothing you can do with the acid that's on the board unless you want to rebonding wire the whole thing, and that's not economical. You'd be talking $1,000 for one of these to do a repair. Clean up as best as possible. Need more coffee. Oh, we still got to x-ray that one before we start that one. That one's got to get done tonight. And this one and that one are in the repair queue. They've actually been bumped up a couple days of the repair queue, so I got time to do those. But I'm working on them, so if you're working on them, you're working on them. So remember, I never always. Sometimes I gotta remember my polarity. Thankfully, I have the X-ray machine. I was able to see under the epoxy and quickly find my alternate points. Oh, you're not gonna. You know better. What? You need cookie? Okay. Okay, let's get you a cookie. Come on. That's right. I gotta get that out of there. She knocked her water bowl over. And it's in a bad, bad spot, too. Got it. Here. Here, water. Okay. Let's get this one done and sealed up. Yeah. At least it didn't hit those other two. If it hits those two down in the corner there, I charge an extra $100 to do those. It's a pain in the ass because I got to literally cut this whole back section off. Yeah, I opened up one of these that somebody else worked on one time, and they didn't clip their leads, and it was, and then the ones they did clip, they left floating in it. Got it working. Okay. Polarities. Yeah, once you start working on these, the board retains its heat pretty well. Okay. Those are down. One more. Yeah, I recommend anybody with these Mitsubishi Pajeros or Daihatsu Hi-Jets, get that transmission controller out and rebuilt before it gets to this, because you've seen the electrolytic leakage here. I mean, I can imagine if these were a phenolic board, how disastrous it would have been. You know, all the traces would have been totally eaten away. This, at least, it just loses the bonding wires, so. It's yeah, people are like, yeah, it's just replacing capacitors. That's easy. More than that on these, man. Bonding wires. Horrid. I gotta invest into some good conductive glue to figure out a faster repair of these. More economical. Good enough. We're soldering onto a hot. We're soldering onto an aluminum board. It's not bad. Yeah, clean up. And this one is done. It will be resealed. Can take an x-ray of that one before it gets modified. Five bonding wires, man. Holy crap. I haven't had a 5 bonding wire come in a long time. So, Okay. I bend these slightly down like that. Take this one. Go like that. I know I'm mixing cap brands, Rubicon, Nishikon, but right now you get what you can get, and these two are fine to stand up like that. You're good, good, good. I'm not going to mess with it anymore, because if I knock off any more mounting wires, I'm going to kick myself in the ass. Okay, so I'll save you the expense or the glue up. Cleaning up my glue surfaces there. Yeah, I'm about a 90%, 95% success rate on these, so. I strive for 100, but sometimes you ain't getting 100. Okay, that one is done. So what do you think I should charge for bonding wire repair? Per $10, $15 per? Clean off this. Go to the next. That one was a time consumer. Hope any others are not that bad. And I don't give these guys their dried out, leaked out surface mount components back. A lot of through hole boards, I'll test them and do that, but we've got to do cap kits. You want pets? My dad's got fluxy hands. All right, let's see how this one looks. See, that one don't have as bad a corrosion. This one, they're nice and shiny. This one must have recently failed. Look at that. They're all buried in epoxy. So let's go get an x-ray of this one. Oops, did we have an error? Start procedure. Patient data. Okay, let's throw this on here. A full manual. I need to figure out how to change this to default, the full manual. 9-second set. Taking the X-ray. Be right back. I'm a little fishy. Real. See that body wires usually can't see that one. This will use up all 3 transistors. Okay, this one's using all 3 transistors. I think this microphone's going dead. Yeah, I gotta swap mics. noticed that my mic was not on. I've been sitting here yakking with no audio. Now, can you hear me, world? Okay. Well, this one's not going to be that bad. Just in this little corner up here is where it was. You never know how the monkey that was putting the epoxy in, how bad he was going to squirt it, where it was done by a robot, and you never know who programmed that freaking robot. That one sucks. That sucks when it does that. Because now I got to grind a little bit more. Not getting that out. See. Because it's almost... Got it. Break the trace, did I? Nope, didn't. Okay. Those are horrible, man. Yeah, usually these don't take an hour. That's why I charge what I charge. Regardless if it takes me 45 minutes or if it takes me 2 hours. There it is. As long as I get 4 of these a month, I'm generally happy with doing them. Any less, it's not worth it. But see, sometimes that, I'm not going to touch it with the grinder tool, but usually that jumper's covered in epoxy. Yeah, I'll note that on the guy's invoice with the Daihatsu about all the corrosion. My late night streams are getting different. Trying to do a little different content. Yeah, I knew this dentist. He was building an AK-47, and I would not trust that man with a drill in my mouth. No friggin' way. You see, I'd rather grind there if I lost that bonding wire to get to alternate jumper point than to grind into this epoxy. Yeah, a little deeper. At least I've got x-rays of all these boards now. Ah, bastard. A little heat. A little heat and it just pops right off. Inspect all the bonding wires. Get these plastic pieces out of there. That bonding wire. It's good. Yeah, this one looks a lot nicer. That other one was just, it was corroded. I don't think that one's gonna last no more than about 10 years, maybe. Wow, my video's lagging way. I got a view of it here. Okay. Little flux. Me. Break some of that glue off of there. Habit to blow on it. A little bit of flux. One. Two. Three. Isn't usually a stubborn one. 4. Yeah, this one's going way nicer. Well, glad we had a corroded one the first time to show y'all. I hope I'm centered on my screen view there. Okay. Let's get these ones off. Yeah. That one came right out. The other one was just caked on with corrosion. It's got some corrosion. Little leakage, not bad. This one I give a high hopes of being fully functional. That's how long it should take. These might get delayed till Friday. It depends on how I feel tonight. Don't like it when I have to do 5 friggin' bonding wire jumpers. It's gonna need a little bit more scrubbing action. A little bit of wick does the job good. A little bit of flux, a little bit of wick, cleans the pad right, lifts that goo right off of it. I need to reproduce this board. That way I can just grind away and clean out. Taking that microcontroller out would not be an issue. Oh. I've got 4 viewers, no chatters, man. Cottie's gonna starve over there. She's been sitting there begging for cookies. Yep. She don't get no cookies unless we have chatters. Okay. I like it when they go smooth like this. So now we're already on the caps. Where did my fender go? There it is. Yeah, I like this Paul Daniels light. Air. Yeah, this is our old messages. I'm second guessing myself. Let me double check. I made sure I put that one in right. Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. I've done that before. Go to seal it up, do final inspection. Didn't do a cap right. Yeah, I got my smaller 20. I usually use 4x7. for these 3 up here. But the last time I ordered caps, they only had 5x11s, so use them up. I think I got my 4x7s in on this last order. But so this one here, I believe this guy's this ship. I gotta get that one done because that one's gonna be an exchange. I just let all my exchanges out. I violated my rule. I sent one out to help a guy. And I usually say, you send me yours, I'll send you a replacement if I've got them, just these 2 models. And the guy's like, oh, come on, man, I'll get, you know. So I'm like, okay, you know, he talked me into it. I sent him one for exchange and crickets. So now I'm down to 1 of those in the exchange pool, maybe 2. I have to look at my drawer, but I had like 5 of. I had 5 of each, but sometimes you'll get one for exchange and I won't cut it open and I'll exchange it and we'll get similar to that situation, but way worse, where all the bonding wires are just floating in. You could literally rattle it like a baby rattle. So I hope my stream quality is good. This is my hours that people are on, so it's time I'm streaming. Could have made my subject on the description a little better. Yeah, board's already kind of warm from doing the cleanup. Make it a little warmer. Don't take a lot of heat. Just enough to help it flow. Yeah, now that I know what to look for on the x-ray, I can pretty much x-ray these and see how bad the corrosion is, now that I know what to look for on the x-ray. So that'll help when I take in the trade-ins to prevent myself from losing big time, to see if the core is valid. Just x-ray it. Good enough. Good, good, good. This is a break from other work I do on boards. I'm still getting used to this Meiji Techno microscope. Might have to switch back to the Avon. I don't know. Hopefully they'll come to their senses and sell me the part I need, and then I'll definitely switch back to my Avon because I like it better. But I could put up with the Meiji Techno, no problem. So it's not bad. My part should be here in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Clean up that flux. Yeah, I might have that other guy send in his Daihatsu. I'll try to find the picture of it. I'll post a picture of it. It was in Northridge fixed terms, it was a Hiroshima. But now that I've had one and know where all the bonding wires are, they're 100% fixable now. This depends on how much work I want to do to it. But I just really need to make a reproduction. I know what that connector is. I looked it up. I found it. I think I bookmarked it a while back. Yeah, I could rebuild this. Just got to figure out what some of the transistors are. And just swap the MCU, and I've not found any of these ones with dead MCUs. On the tin can ones, I have. So the MCU just will not start. So. Okay, next two. A little bit of flux. Yeah, I'm surprised QS. He tried calling me earlier, but I was busy. I needed to call him. But it's 2 a.m. Yeah, I've got another tool coming in. A couple people know what it is. It's going to be a cool tool. I don't know why they epoxied the hell out of these, just to make the repair a pain in the ass, right? But they sealed them up. So they just did not want you in here fixing them, so. Some capacitor guru should look up, see what we can find, what these series are here. What series that is? 69H. That's probably a date code. I mean, are these just like generic caps? I think they're just generic, no name. That's why they failed. Sometimes you can identify the manufacturer of a surface mount cap. Sometimes you can't. But people depend on these vehicles to do their farm work and go to work. They're cheaper than a modern like Polaris side by side, and they can be street legal. In some states. I wonder how my buddy's doing. He was doing an aircraft registry for foreign registry, holding aircraft in bailment here in the United States, and they changed the rules. Wonder how he's dealing with that. He had like 60, 70 airplanes under his company name, or maybe more. One more cap, fold them down, and I still need to power all these up. Make sure they boot. I got 3 more of these I gotta do. They're sitting over there. I gotta open them up. Do I want to open them up? No, I don't want to open them up. Okay. Hey, this is how these should go. I mean, but you get the ones, and this one smelt really bad like fish too. Here, let's fold this up. Oh, stay up. There we go. Another one down. Should I do a third? Nobody's watching, so. That was an MR 246350. MR246350. I've had 160 views, so people are dropping in. They're just not staying. I can't keep a captive freaking audience, man. Okay, which one do we want to do next? This one arrived this week. This guy's paying a lot. Let's just go this. Let's just go this one. How bad is this one gonna be? Let's see. I can pretty much tell how much corrosion it's gonna be now. Horrible. Blow that out. And it's got a little corrosion there. I mean, if they would have epoxied it all, you know, around all the bonding wires, the leakage wouldn't have been an issue. I always clip this one off right there, so you don't hit it with the soldering iron. All right, let's do this one. Well, I'll just do all four of them tonight. Hell of it. Gotta glue them up still. Got slag still. Didn't do a good enough job cleaning this one. Or flashing from the cutting open process. Melted plastic. Let's get these off. See how bad it is. That was not going to be that bad. Piece of the cap stayed in. That one had some leakage. You can see right at the corner there. I say anybody with these needs to get it out of their car, get it serviced sooner than later, because it's already probably leaking. You're probably already having shifting issues. And this one's going to be a nightmare. I just know it. See how much epoxy's on there? This one's going to have to. This one is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, I stuttered on that one. So that epoxy's just flooded completely over that. That's going to be a melt out, I think. I think that's going to have to be a melt out. I haven't had a melt out in a long time. Yeah, that one leaked. You can see. And you see that leakage? See that crusties? This one's going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, this one's got epoxy flooded all the way around those. Okay, Mr. What are we looking at on this one here? We're doing this one. I don't want want to deal with that one right now. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta make sure I don't mix my lids up. That's why I kind of cut them freehand, because each one of them's slightly different, so you really can't mix them up. But deal with that frickin' overflow of epoxy, but this one has like no epoxy on the bonding wires left. This is going to be a touchy one. Ooh, that's got spewage. That. Yeah. Leakage. It's got leakage too. See it? Leakage. Whatever caps they used here, they just were not that good. Yeah, it's gonna have to melt a couple of those out, and that's not a fun. It's almost as bad as having to do bonding wire work. And you know, check that guy's message. I think this was an exchange right here, and I know this is in my exchange box. I wish there was an easier way to get these out, but I've tried. Melting them is a pain in the butt. Soften them up, they just crumble. Just a little bit of heat, loosen the glue. They usually pop right out after a little bit of Dremel in here. Down to 2 bars. I got to put this on the charger. At 1 bar, the performance of it just sucked. I need to order 1 or 2 more, but the price doubled almost. Yeah, a little bit more in there. Always afraid I'm going to go too deep. Don't want to do that. Okay. The board gets all dusty. Nothing you can do about it. Except for not grind, and then you're not fixing it, so. Undid it. Gotta remember to replace that tip. Replace that blade. That's gonna be a pain in that rear. Got a little heat, a little bit more heat in the bottom there. I don't like having to do meltouts, man. Pain in the butt sometimes. You gotta do a little bit more Dremel work there. Do a little bit there, a little bit there. You can usually feel when you're at the proper depth, but yeah, I think I'm gonna do with this guy. I think I'm just gonna exchange him and deal with it later. But that should pop out now. Give her a little bit of heat. Got it. There we go. Yeah. Scuff those up so that all that leakage Don't block the heat. Like these ones don't have jumpers there. I need to map these out and publish them. That way it helps others. Usually this time of night I had a few viewers, but maybe I shouldn't stream. This one's going to be a pain in the butt, I think. Yeah, I hope I don't have to do a melt out. That's going to suck if I do. That one. In the butt. I've slipped with the soldering iron and made myself a lot of extra work. So I try to always push with the iron in a safe direction. And get those little legs out of underneath the epoxy and in the butt, but once you heat it up and start working on it, you can feel the heat coming off of it just retains the heat. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get a different flux. This current batch, I got more flux over there. I usually use the high temp on this, but I'm just too lazy to open it up. It's done. I need water and coffee. $170 views. Okay. I need coffee. I need a hot coffee. Cottie needs cookies too. Oh, it's cookies. Oop. Left my coffee cup over there. Oh, I gotta deal with the hot tub. Make fresh coffee. Yeah, I figured out what I want to do with that one transmission controller. If I want to just exchange them. I usually don't exchange anything that somebody's attempted to open. But, and of course, since it would be my decision to exchange, I wouldn't charge them any extra. I've done that before just because I did transmission controller come in and it's just like behind them, like 3 weeks behind on work. I just want to keep caught up, so I just throw it in the exchange pile and send one out at my expense. I mean, labor, but I take the risk. I need more cores, but they're harder and harder to find. I'd like to have 10 pre-done, ready to go, but it's only $75 more for an exchange, so if you want me to do it expedited the day I receive it, I charge an extra $135. So one hour extra labor, because it takes me about an hour to clean up and everything after doing it all. So I have no viewers still. I'm live on public. I'm gonna put the other I got a couple eBays overnight. Gotta get those. Eddie's still on? No, he only streamed for like an hour, and it was live 2 hours ago. Somebody dinged my phone. Was that store the Tectonic Transfer in Beaverton? Yes. Giving out the secret places to get cool stuff. I gotta watch that Louis Rossman video, getting him disbarred. Oh boy. I wish I had an attorney that would support right to repair. Give me a hand, but nope. I gotta do it all on my own. About ready to resign. All right. Heat this up. Yeah, I'm definitely building in a small preheater into my new bench. Because using the big preheater right there is just a pain in the butt, having to bring it all out here. It's just, it makes it a little bit faster, a little bit easier. But I don't need to do these. I'll do them until people don't want me to do them no more. Until somebody else decides to undercut me, that's fine. I'm giving you all my secrets tonight. Even showing the x-rays. I could keep those private and nobody would know. But I'm not. I'm gonna make those public. I'm gonna publish. I will publish them. I had to do my first takedown on eBay the other day. Somebody messaged me and said, "Hey man, somebody's using your photos from your website without attribution." I'm like, "Oh really? Where are they using them? eBay? Oh, yeah." So I messaged the seller. I'm like, "Hey man, you want to put the attribution that those aren't your photos, those are, you know, from me." Crickets. Messaged him a week later. Crickets. So I messaged eBay. 3 days later, ad was no longer available. I don't mind people using my photos on my website. I got lots of teardown photos and stuff. I encourage it. Just make sure you post that you got them from me. That's all I ask. Little attribution, man. I got the 670-1 service manual, or owner's manual with schematics, service manual, everything in it from Tektronix Vintage Tech. So I paid for that. I'm gonna be giving them a donation for it because that's what they ask for, is a donation. And I'm gonna make it public. You know, if somebody wants to click that little donate link, which nobody ever does. Oh no, you know better. Last time you broke a last time you broke a light. Don't think about it. Kitty bench. She's like, "Give me freaking cookies." Okay, come on. Yeah, last time she jumped over and broke the Paul Daniels light. Missed and got the power cord, and it came down at the right angle to rip the power connector and pads off the board, so I had to sit there and repair it. And it's the bane of my existence because it's on an aluminum circuit board also. It's like, Jesus. But at least it's not ceramic aluminum. And it's got a fiber substrate, I believe. But it wasn't as bad. And I just usually do a little clip. Sometimes I'll get a little crazy, but just sometimes I can go 2, but that gets a little bit too long. Just clip a little bit of it too long and it wants to stay. Solder wick is cheap. Okay. Clean up, solder new caps, and I'm not going to torture Cottie. She didn't come in. Cottie, you are being bad. I really don't like how, man, they put almost no glue on those bonding wires, man. I don't like that, but it is what it is. Okay. Cap kit. Yeah, usually I got these down to about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm going to try to do a lot more streaming, but my normal regular schedule is about 5 p.m. the first and third Thursday. Drive home from Tektronix. Straighten that one up. Yeah, hopefully I'll be doing some cool stuff here shortly. Maybe. Hey, Cottie, you're not bringing in people. Yeah, I gotta get this angle right. These people might watch the replay. Somebody want to do me a solid and timestamp which ones I'm working on, and I ain't got the time to do it. I accidentally threw out, I usually would keep a whole bunch of these little leg trimmings for doing via repairs. And I looked at my bin and I was like, where's my bin? Could not find my little bin. I must have threw them all away. These little ones work awesome for doing a quick older board through hole via repair. I'll try a melt out on that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this... I have my microscope kind of at a slight angle, but I'll figure it all out on the streaming side of things. These companies they want to sell you a couple $1,000 shit, but don't want to help you figure out what you want to do. Yeah, I could just stick 147 in here. Because they're using 222s in parallel. I think the more modern units are running just a 47. I tried going tantalums. Tantalums worked. They fit nice. But these are just simpler. You can get a tantalum to fit right in that, right between each of these pads. Coffee. Yep. Now that I know what to look for the corrosion on the x-rays, that will help me out a whole bunch when I take these in for works for cores. I might just stop doing the repairs and just do exchanges only, unless they've been opened or have other issues. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Just gotta maximize the profits, or just raise my rates. I'm gonna raise my rates. I'm gonna add another. I'm gonna bump it up $50, just because I don't like doing them. I mean, I don't mind doing them. They're just pain in that. You guys see how much of a pain in the butt they are. I think I'm gonna raise my rates $50. Oh, I gotta, yeah, after this one, before I decide what I'm gonna do with this one, I will show you the one. I got photos of what other people have sent me that, hey, this guy's, I bought this off of eBay from a Japanese seller, and they open it up and it's just JWCO, just El Cheapo caps, not even low ESR, and the soldering is just horrible. I mean, my soldering on this, I think, is horrible, but it's acceptable. Due to the nature of the board, it's acceptable. I don't like to stick it too hot on the preheater for a long time. But I think if when I get my new bench up and going, if I ever get it up and going, I will, it'll be pretty slick. Yeah, I'm going to be switching these up probably to 25 volt, because they're 16 volt, but these are only a 3 and a 5 volt rail. So 16's got enough overhead. Yeah, the Daihatsus, I'm adding $100. Every one of those has had at least one or two. Like crap, I gotta take some of that solder off. It's had one or two bonding wires, so price is going up. Don't like it? Don't have your car shift. This is gonna be a pain. Sometimes it likes to work in my favor, sometimes it don't. Happens when you don't clean your tip. There it is. Much nicer. I know this is all ghetto, but I want haters, man. I ain't got many haters. Got one or two out there. One's in Canada, so I don't care. He can blow me. He's a total narcissistic douchebag. Yeah, if you're also wanting an exchange, call me first. Make sure I have one ready. I had a guy do that, and I'm like, I ain't got one ready. Because on the exchanges, I wait generally till I have 4 or 5, and then I do them all in one night. But like I said, I need more cores. I need to get like 10 of them. I don't know why I'm using. Got my cleaning wipes that are a lot thinner. Paper cut pieces of paper towel work just fine. Very, very absorbent. I use Costco paper towels. They're 2-ply. Just take one ply from the end, just separate the plies, and it just soaks the solder right up. Flux. These get glued and sealed right back up, so. You never see the work. But I like to have at least clean and presentable. You don't want to leave the flux to eat the board. Okay, the fold down. Get a little bit more cleaning on that one. I like to do other funner stuff. I think I have some real fun stuff coming up. I hope I'm going to try. And this white stuff on this Zener diode is 27 volt Zener diode. It's just a protectorant to keep the legs from corroding. So you don't need to take it off. Just like a dielectric base of some sort. Okay. Let's say that's lean enough. Let me see if I can find that email with that transmission controller. Cookie? Okay. Oop, forgot to do my fold down. Let's do the fold down here. There we go. Clip these off. That's a repaired one. Okay, 195407 done. That was a 95407. And I'm gonna have to order those resistors because I know I have some. I just don't know where the hell they went. 220. I got a book of them. I know I put them in a book. I just don't know where to put that book. Binder. Okay. Okay, let's try to find that. It is 3 a.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 17 minutes. See if I can find that person. I had this guy, his message just reminded me. He messaged me. I sold him something like 3 months ago. And I dropped the price because now I'm assembling them a little differently and it reduces my costs a whole lot. And he's like, I want $4. What do you mean you want $4? Well, your price is $4 less. No, that's not the way it works, buddy. No. Let's see if I can find this guy. I need to message him right here. Oops. Now that'll be somebody will cut that. All right, here it is, man. Look at this. Save image as. Where am I going to put this? I'll just throw it in the x-rays because that's the folder I was in. Yeah, you tell me if you'd take this in. This is the type of work you get when you order it off of eBay. They wonder why it don't work when they open it up. Chung capacitors, yeah, that's it. Make sure I'm not going to dox anybody here. I don't know if I want to take it in or not. Go to here. There it is. Look at that. Compared to my work. Okay. How can I do this? And you don't want that type of work. but I did not have the, you know, you see there's a bonding wire sticking up there. And that one, can't tell if it's gone or not. And I'm like, did they just wipe it down? So I don't know what I would charge to take that in. I mean, it's, I got more. I need to put them all on a folder. And I mean, compared to mine, it's, but that was that one there's a Daihatsu. And they're unobtainable. They're $500, $1,500 sometimes for this transmission controller that somebody used the Chung brand. Garbage caps. So. But so much for people saying, we want to see you do work. Do you ever work? I get a microscope with a that's cameraable and one viewer. VG91. $289. 58 shipping. Yeah, VG91 would look really nice on my bench, but I've already got enough signal generators. Yeah, VG91. I won't go no more than about $200 with shipping. BPM Microsystems. Boy, eBay's been So yeah, I know that Paul Daniels light is bright. You just scan this card, but microscope lights, awesome lights. He's in Australia, so awesome lights. This ain't paid promotion, so I mean, the light was a gift from somebody else, not Paul Daniels, but I'm gonna take a break here. I'll see you in a bit. Oh, well, maybe I do have audio now. Okay. Well, nobody was telling me I had no audio. Okay, so I just did like 3 transmission controllers, had a real stubborn one, and this is my work. This is work other people are doing. And they want to send this stuff in for me to fix. No. Yeah, I've been sitting there yakking, no audio. But good morning, QS. I've been streaming since like I'm streaming for 5 hours. Just doing transmission controllers. This one I'm gonna have to do a melt out. I really don't want to do a melt out tonight. Let me throw the microscope up. This one I'm gonna have to do a melt out. Just got done doing my cap kits. I usually keep about 20 in there. That lasts me 3 or 4 months. So this one here, you notice the base is all covered in epoxy. I'm gonna have to. That one's gonna have to be a melt out. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to have to drill there. And this here too, the epoxy flooded around those. So those are a pain in the ass. I don't know what I want to do on this one. I gotta find out what transistors they're using underneath this. But I've done the x-rays of it. Oh. Yeah, one of them, this one right here, this was the pain in the butt. Right here, that one was the pain in the butt. It looks like crap, but it had a lot of leakage. You can see the crusties everywhere on it. And I had to do 1 wire, to do 5 wires on this one. And I don't like doing bonding wires. But thankfully I had the x-ray machine. I was able to find my alternate tie points. But yeah, I don't know about this one here. But it's back together. It'll get sealed and sent to the customer. I don't want to mess around anywhere on those bonding wires. Yeah, it's not fun. And Cottie got fleas. She got infestation. She don't itch. Shadow, if she gets fleas, she's pain in the butt. But we usually don't have a flea issue around here. So this one, I don't know if I want to do the melt out or not tonight. Gonna attempt. I reckon I'm not gonna. This ain't gonna play nice. I'm gonna have to dig that all out. This one's not gonna play nice. And I don't want to put too much heat in this neighborhood here. That one came out easy. This one's going to be the pain in the butt. That one's going to be a pain in the butt. That one's going to have... I'm just going to start in on it. I love it. Yeah, she had some... I gave her her flea medicine. She's not happy. Okay. And I'm down to 2 bars on this thing. Let's start this one here. Gotta get these bases out, man. Where's my blower? Where's my red rocket? I had it. Leave it over here. There it is, right in front of my face. Oop, can't see what I'm doing. Got my camera off. Okay. Hey, you can see what I'm doing. So I got to remove all these bases and leads. And this one's covered in epoxy. Yeah, Cottie's. Yeah, look at that, man. That just flowed completely underneath that. That's going to be a nightmare. I try not to. I try not to give an exchange unless I have to. But I'm wide awake right now, so I'm fine. And make sure that door's open. She might want to go in the house. Oh, I got noise, huh? She don't like the grinding pen. Maybe Shadow wants to come out. Shadow's out there rolling on the floor. I got Shadow's medicine in my pocket too. Yeah, I gotta remove the little bases and leads. And that Daihatsu was horrible, man. That took me way too friggin' long. It was almost at the bioeconomical repair. I don't know how long. It's gonna last. Well, thanks for dropping in, QS. Sorry I didn't call you last night. I was kind of occupied. Got to get these out, man. This guy will be happy. I think this was the last one in. Then I got, what, 3 more over there that I got to do. They came in today. Or last night about 4 or 5 o'clock they arrived. They're off for one person. One importer. He's been a steady customer. I like steadies like that. Grind away a little bit. Oh no, the ones that came in yesterday, they're in the regular repair queue. He's pretty laxed on time wise on his. He can't sell the trucks until they get licensed or titles. And that takes, what, 6 to 8 weeks where he's at. So, and the moment they roll off the boat into his lot, was the day the truck drops them off, he pulls the modules out and he mails them to me. I think he got like 5 trucks, and so on this last freight load, so I still got more work to do on that one. This is tedious, man. If you don't get it all broke off around here, it'll want to hold on. You should start doing these QS. No. They're a pain in the butt. I gotta make all my data public. They're not that bad when you don't have to do a bunch of grinding to get the bases out. But when you gotta sit here and grind almost every one out, it's a pain in the ass. it just takes extra time. I said I'm raising my rates on these $50, so yeah. Though they're aluminum, so you can't I showed that you can't on live that you cannot resolder them on. You got to replace them because they're glued. See that yellow or the green? That green stuff there, that's glue. Glue. Electrolytic leakage. Glue. But so we lost this one earlier. It goes into the epoxy, but it goes to that pad right there. So I was able to determine that from the x-ray. So once it goes into the epoxy, you have no idea where it goes unless you want to sit there and check everything out. So I've tried a couple different conductive epoxies, and none of them would work. They'd kind of work. But this is the pain in the butt here too, is having to grind out the bases. It just makes it look like crap. Once you get it down far enough into the plastic, it releases and you can pop it out. But this one here is going to be the pain in the ass because it's on like all four sides. I almost melt. I tried to do a melt out, but it just wasn't going to have it. So that's going to be a pain in the butt. But I'm awake, so. I don't know, man. Nobody knows about that but you and another person or two. So I have an idea, but I'm not announcing it yet. I have an idea. Well, yeah, I think it's kind of funny. I've been here almost all night, and I've only had a couple people chatting. So much for, oh yeah, we want to watch you work. And my metric says that most of my viewers are on between vampire hours, so. I'm going to do this one up. Need a little bit more. Yeah, that's what I'm using. It's The $10 one on AliExpress works just fine. Okay, let's tackle the hard one. I got 2 bars on my thing left. Got a bonding wire right there I don't want to break. Yeah, this guy's came in like 3 days ago, so since I'm doing them, I just do them, you know. Yeah, I have an idea. I'm running it through my contacts right now. It might work, it might not. Might work out. It might be just just trying to make sure I'm within their operating spec. But the deal was too good to be true. It's about as deep as I need to go. When you hit the leg right there, it's about as deep as you really want to go. And see the copper on the leg. It'll start falling apart once you get it thin enough. See, like that one just fell right out. It just starts falling apart. Okay. That didn't take too long. My YouTube is really laggy on from the time I say something to the time it gets to you, so. Dude, I'm a shark, dude, when it comes to finding stuff. You just got to be persistent and know how to use the search engines and at least I don't have to worry about really, it's encapsulated in epoxy. Don't slip with the finger, man. That would really bite. Oh, we got a logo on the glue. M. Are those machuitas? I gotta do a little bit more grind in there. Are these Panasonic caps in this one that spewed their guts? Any of these 90 caps are just horrible. Do you see now, QS, why I don't like doing these? And why I'm going to be raising my rates? They're very time consuming. There it goes. Oh, yeah, we got a logo there. An M. What is the M? Is that Matsuita? Man, this is just everywhere in here. The epoxy just went. They had. There's more coming out. I prefer surface mount micro soldering on clean, new-ish boards. You see the whole outline of the capacitor base. Right. That down here. M. That's all the electrolytic acid right there. All the electrolyte that was in it. And you can see the brown ceramic. And I go a little bit further in up the top there. No, I didn't. That's probably why she's having a cow. Thanks. Here, QS. Another, yeah, that's another flea. Yeah, why didn't you tell me? It dead. That did it. That did it. Yep. Got another big one. Well, that's why you've been needy, probably, huh? Okay. I need to drink a coffee. Okay, where'd I put my grinder? I had it in my hand. There it is. And I need my capacitors for that one. I just made up a bunch of kits, so I have to make another one up. I won't. I'll send invoices and seal these up this morning, and somebody will be happy because they got it early and one's going to be late, but oh well. One's not going to be happy on the news that I didn't like the way that Daihatsu did its thing. Okay, let's work back on this one. I'm just all over on these things. Yeah, she don't. I just picked off like two big ass fleas. I was like, God damn, she must have. Time to, you might have to treat the house too. These are the dogs. I even treat George the stray. Because normal sleep in the stray, take a sleep in the strays box. Okay, let's heat this up. You can't help it, man. Cats are cats. Okay, we have that heated. And here we can pop these off. Ah, no, I'm gonna do that. There it goes. One's off. One last. Got that one. One more to go. No. Break edge. One's coming off. This is taking forever, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to raise my rates. I have to dig on that one a little more. Yeah, she just sleeked around somewhere. You put the flea medicine on them, and if they do got fleas, they just run for the hills, man. Yeah, that Daihatsu was horrible, man. This just don't want to come off. This just does not want to come off. I have to. Help break it in half here. Trying not, just, I really don't like doing meltouts. I've had to do a couple. It's they glue these in from the factory, so got that. Got half of it. Chop the rest of it out. Nice and easy. Yeah, what time's it? 4:30. I think I'm gonna have time to finish this one up. I'm gonna take a nap. I got other stuff coming in tomorrow. I gotta get this, keep this more in the frame of view. Yeah, those were a pain in the butt, man. Okay. Probably need another bit soon. Let's see if I can pick that off easily now. Got it. Just they glue it from the factory, and then the epoxy flows around it and bonds it. And I need to work on this one up here a little bit more. And dig that leg of the capacitor. Yeah, you can have your MacBooks, man. I don't do computers. I just don't care for doing them. Okay. Scratch these up. If you don't knock off all this dried up electrolytic, they just, get no thermal transfer on through your soldering irons. So clean it up, make it look pretty. Ish. It's a repair, it's not a factory new. But compared to what other people do, it's pretty damn good. All right, let's bend up my caps. You haven't been streaming much at all lately, QS. Mm. Y'all can thank QS. He's the one that sent me the Paul Daniels microscope light. Paul Daniels microscope light. From Paul effing Daniels, man. We're going to bodge these capacitors in just like JBC does. After we remove the legs. Gotta remove those legs. And heat her up. Just the spot heat. Gluing them up is another job I don't like, but once you heat it up a little bit, then you just keep working on it. The thermal transfer really heats that board up. Sometimes I just don't want to cooperate. One came out. That one don't want to cooperate. There it went. Gotta tag it from a different angle. Got it. Legs are removed on that. Once the stick, it gets too cold, the board gets too cold. I need to get my other bench worked on, but I need capital to do that, so I gotta do these for now. I'm trying to do some streaming here. But man, with the wipe just in the area. Get it cleaned. Good enough. Next ones are up here. Gonna have a lot of I cleaned that syringe off. Gets Cottie hair on it. Cottie hair gets everywhere, man. Okay, this is going to be a nightmare right there. Now this guy's going to be happy because, like I said, it came in 2 or 3 days ago. I think it might have came in Monday or Monday. I'll have to look at it. Got it. I got the manual for the 6710 or 670-1 monitor. I'm going to go through that here shortly. And then I also found, like, the day after, I found an actual paper copy of it. So that poor Cottie had that two big ass fleas on her. I'm not going to come off easy. Just know it's going to be a pain in the butt here. It's almost out. But it would solder. Walk it out. Good, good, good. Almost done with this one. Yep, he has. For you guys, this community's done awesome. And I like this light. It's nice and bright. I'm just... This is awesome light. It kind of too bright for... I need to put a light on my equipment here because you can't see it. Yeah, little bits. I get no rush in these. I just... That first Daihatsu of the day, man, that was a heart sinker, man. I had a lot of corrosion. Literally, you would just brush up against the bonding wire and it'd come unglued. I don't know, man. We just do what they do them as they do them. You know, they want me to rebond the whole thing. That is gonna cost them a lot more money. But the Daihatsus are unobtainable. You're not gonna find a replacement. So nobody can find replacements. That glue just stinks. With that and the fish smell, oof. I think that's why Cottie likes it when I'm doing bad cap jobs, is the fish smell. More feeling alone these days? No, I'm doing just fine, lady. Get out of here. What the hell? Did my stream end? I'm gonna have to close this out because I can't see my chat now. Because of some darling arts. Jesus, one after the other, man. Okay. Now my chat's back. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It was an awesome gift. Thank you. I don't get gifts often, so. Nice clean pads. I don't like that one's encapsulated with epoxy. That bonding wire, if it breaks, I've contacted the people because it goes to the end of from the X-ray. This jumper wire here goes up to the end of that capacitor. So if I'm really careful, I could just drill a hole and go right there. But this one's encapsulated, so it's nice. It seems like my unboxing of these get good views. People want to see the repairs, and I do the repairs of them, and nobody watches. Yeah, I got to find out what conductive adhesive they're using, because I would rather just be able to stick it back down, clean off the pad, stick it back down with conductive adhesive. But the only thing I'm finding is on the industrial side of it, they want $1,000 for a tube that size. I ain't spending $1,000 for a tube that size. And I want heat activated, where you bring it up to for 5 minutes at like 180 C, and it cures. Where you blow hot air on it and it cures. Okay. Let's start sticking these caps on. Clean. Mega mess. Clean. Board's still warm. I can feel it. We'll find out here in a minute how warm it is. Oh, the solder stick. Yes, we got a nice flow. Good. Good flow, good flow, good flow. Good flow. Like a woman having a heavy period. We like that. Yeah, so they were all out of Rubicon 2235, so I had to get 2250s. Nice and clean. Laggy. I'll melt there. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, I got the mechanic right here, and it's just not bright enough. I think I'm gonna hunt down my this weekend. I'll hunt down my one that hooks up to my Barlow lens, and I'll show the difference. I think it was a Nikon. I think it was a Nikon. You see how the solder don't like to flow? Because the aluminum board. it's crazy. I'm gonna try to keep this in frame. I'm not used to doing that. Yeah, I gotta watch Lewis's video when I go down for my afternoon nap. Oh man, when he sicks a crowd on people, it's not good for who's on the receiving end. I don't like that connection, but it's a good connection. It's just got a couple craters of. Not gonna touch it now. It's already on there. It's good enough. Shiny enough. Compared to the stuff I've seen that people have sent in. Whew. That's why I stopped taking them if they've been repaired by others, especially the guys that are charging $350 from Japan, and they're using those chung capacitors, and they just don't do what they do. You know, they're gonna work, but they're not gonna last, especially in an automotive cabin environment. Second time I burnt myself. You gotta get that. I gotta get the light turned the other direction, but I gotta make me a different holder. I need to get the CAD file from Paul Daniels, and I need more of an angle back here because the way I have my microscope set up. Okay, those two are on. It's not that bad of a gig here, man. This repair, I'm going to start bringing in more mail-in stuff. I mean, now that I have no steady chip programming clients anymore, kind of bites. My lawsuit bit me in the ass on that one. Welcome. All we have to say. Guy stood here and I deleted all of his firmware right in front of him. Kiss it goodbye. I'm no longer trusted with his firmware. So, I never leaked it. And they're just not going to comply with right to repair. I have a feeling that's why they're doing it. And I'm not going to mention the company name because they don't need to be mentioned. But my King lawsuit bit me in the ass there. So that was good, steady work too. So now I'm doing other things. I'll still be doing chip programming for others, but they're not that steady. So I just been doing chip programming for that person since 2022. So okay, we're got nice, good, shiny connections. Shiny, shiny, shiny. I can imagine Adam Sandler doing repair work. I just need to reproduce this board, and then Gorilla the custom out and solder it to it. One more go. I gotta clean the lens. Problem with using the grinding pen and the blower, and I blow right here, it comes up on my lens, so. Well, this was a successful night. Got what I got kind of caught up. I'm actually now down to about 10 days out on anything that's coming in. So I was a day late, 2 days late. Was it 15, 16 days? Now I'm down to 10. Awesome. And I just did that, didn't I? I gotta clean that off. God damn it. clean that off. Give it a little more flux. Slightly off one. Good, good. Gotta clean that up. And do the bend down. And be done. It is been an hour doing invoicing. Gotta get an easier to clean flux. I gotta try the Black Horse flux. Keep meaning to order some, but I keep forgetting. Yeah, nobody comments, man. We need comments. Cottie's not in the picture, that's why. Cottie's upset because I had to give her flea meds. Just gonna keep getting them back unless I treat the house because the doggies. Yeah, clean enough. Do the bend down here. I got the appropriate size caps to do these, to replace that size cap to go there. I just, last time I ordered, I had to get these, so they were out of the others. So. A little bit more cleaning. I'm gonna say, I don't like the way that looks, but I'm not gonna pick that glue all the way off that board there. It's good enough. Okay. Scott is done. See, he tried to open this one. He tried to open it up here. He was doing a pretty good straight line too. I mean, straighter than my line, but once it's glued back together, you barely see it ish. Yeah, that's 4 of these tonight. I just need 4 for next month. Well, I got 3 more over there. Plus, let me see. This guy was an exchange. So I've got those. So here's an exchange unit. That's already open, done. And his other exchanges in the drawer to be cut open. I should pull it out and stick it in here. Where'd I put that? Nope, I don't know where I put it. It's probably packed up, but so it's an exchange. So I've got 1, 2, 3 more in the repair queue that came in last night. Or is one of these, or 3 that one of them's an exchange? I think one of these is an exchange. Yeah, one of these is an exchange. So one of these goes back in the drawer, but I'm just going to do it since I'm got 4. So. But that was tonight's. We did 4 of them. I'm not happy with that Daihatsu. I'm not, there was a lot of leakage in that one. Well, I warned them on it, you know, on the blog. If the leakage is that bad, I'll let them know on the invoice, but that's all I can do. It had a lot of bonding wire glue damage. I would recommend a full. Yeah, I got more stereo to open. I've been fine with it. I mean, I'm happy with it for the price. The guy's a really good guy. I like it, but I need to know. I'm gonna message him. Oop. I think that was the other cap kit. Did I throw an empty in here? No, I better refill this one. I'm gonna double check my counts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I'm gonna recount that because I slipped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. 19. Why am I missing a bag? I'm gonna print me another one. And do I have a clear zip? I ain't got a clear zip, do I? We'll make one. All right. Yeah, a bunch of anti-static zip. But caps don't need to be put in an anti-static zip. Okay, so I need make me 2 more cap kits. I like to have 20 in my. I might have threw a bag away. I don't know. All right, so 2250. $10.16 4x7 deuce. this. And then it was a 20-16 5x7. Proper size for that other one. There we go. Refilled. We have 20. So 19 and 3.5 months to 4 months. That's about 4 to 5 a month. That's good. There it is. Next batch. Ready to rock and roll. Next quarter. Community's been keeping me steady in these, so. Okay, I do have others I can do since I'm doing them. I got a couple exchanges. What do I have for exchanges in the drawer? Okay, I got a couple with bonding wire damage. Okay, so that's an exchange, so this can go back in here. So this is his order. All right, so he wanted one exchange, so that goes out within 20. One is an exchange, so that one gets glued up. That's glue up tomorrow. These go in the order queue. Okay, so 3 came in with 1 in exchange. So double check. I'll double check the opening video. I gotta finish that controller. I can't remember the guy's name. Well, I need to plug in my... I noticed a couple of my USB ports don't charge shit. My Hack RF battery is trash, man. I gotta replace it. Wanted to play with it, but can't because the battery's junk. See how dark that's how bright the light is. It just overwhelms. Auto exposure that. If I auto exposure that, it turns everything so dark. So no, Raph Black Horse Repair. I want to try his flux. He's been working his formulas out. I gotta find those ones that had bonding wire damage. Right there they are. There's these right there. Oh, do I want to work on these? Okay, these were the same as the situation there. The bonding wires, they just came right off. this had a lot of leakage, and the bonding wires just started falling off. We lost a whole bunch down here. On that one. I will get that one maybe. And then this one, somebody else hacked on it. They started doing some of the bonding wire work. Cottie hair. And I gave up. That cap right there. I have to come in at the side, and I don't know if that cap's any good, and I'm not going to dig out and replace that cap. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I usually give up on 5. So, and I don't remember. I can x-ray it and see what version it is. Because the non-turbo have 2 transistors underneath the epoxy. The turbo version has 3. So I can figure out what it is. But somebody hacked on that one, and I'm not gonna. I need to get it up and going, because this one needs to get up and going. I've got the x-rays now. I can do it. I will do it. But it needs to get back in the drawer in its bag. This labeled bonding wire damage. Yeah, somebody hacked this one, so I made a cover. I need to shorten the cover. Go back into that and shorten the cover. Not make it as tall so the bracket clips on, but that'll have to be like a local customer exchange. These will have to be done customer exchanges. They got so much bonding wire damage. And I ran out of this size of bag. Well, those fit the controllers perfectly, man. Right. Oh yeah, can't see. Oh well, forgot to turn it on again. I'll show you. So this one somebody hacked up on. You see the hacking. And the bonding wires on this one are... It's not clean at all. It's just been sitting in a drawer. Get all the Cottie hairs out. But almost all the bonding wires on this one were damaged. I got to figure out where this one here goes. I think it goes to this side of that capacitor. But not much left on a connection on that capacitor. So if that capacitor's toast, I'm not going to dig it out. But then one goes from here to somewhere else. Got that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. So that one, there's a couple up here. I already got those jumpered. That one has to go somewhere. That one's jumpered. That one's done. Had to grind into the epoxy there. This is before I had the X-ray, and then it was just like, yeah. Too many were in it, but I threw capacitors in it, and I was gonna go through and do every single bonding wire. But yeah, this was a nightmare, man. This was a nightmare. Yeah, this is somebody else's work here, busting the epoxy up. But like I said, this one will be a local. Then the other one, it's got a few broken bonding wires that I didn't know where they went. So I've had those sitting in the drawer for about a year now. It's a 6.5 hour stream, not bad. I'm getting pretty beat, but I gotta do something. I know I probably have to go get the chickens up. But what do I want to do? I know I gotta do something. Now, if Cottie's not here, I could bring up the TDS. I gotta have patience to glue these up, so yeah, I'm throwing that's glue up. These are going in the drawer for yeah, those are freeloading chickens right now, man. They're at the end of life. And they ain't free eggs. They cost quite a bit of money to keep them fed. And I gotta clean off my bench, man. It's dusty. These keep rotating on me. So should I do the power supply capacitors and the TDS? What should I do? Really don't want to take it apart again, but I'm gonna have to. I want it to be good. I need to find me a stream deck. We don't have to always go back to the computer. I need actually a couple of them, different areas. Oh, I gotta find those resistors. That's what I gotta find. I gotta find my resistor book. I put it somewhere. I was working on it, and I stuffed. It's a binder, a 3-ring binder, and I can't find the damn thing. And I need some resistors. I know I bought brand new ones. I looked up the order. It's just 2 values I need, but I'm just gonna have to order another Mauser order. I throw them in this tub. I gotta list that on eBay. These were something. The last Textronics 4 SRAM chips. don't think I threw them in this bin. Use 8 megahertz. Max 5822. Yeah, that's another processor. Gotta get this crap with all E2 lists on eBay, man. And back up some of these PLCCs. Check them against what I've done. And I thought I put them all in a... Okay, so those were a microcontroller. Nope, not in that bin. Well, Cottie's back. Cottie, want a cookie? Is it like probably want a cracker? I need to get a storage system for my reels of parts too. More? Yeah, one day I'll get one. I gotta get a Ryan Labs deal on one if I'm gonna get one. I don't know if I'll like it or not. Where is my brush? Right there. Yeah, I think the guy that does the Steriflux, I think his name's Mark. I'm trying to rack my brain here. It'll pop into my head. He's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool fella. God damn it. Oop, I hear doggy patters out there. That means wifey's up. Okay. Sweep all these away. I gotta make me coffee. No, that's the kid. I don't see how people like Booter and crap can stream for like 8, 9, 10 hours. I mean, it goes fast, especially if you're working and doing something. But I mean, how long was I streaming here? 6.5 hours. So I didn't even start working until like 45 minutes in. So a little over an hour a pop on those. That's not bad. I can do them faster, but if I do them too fast, then I don't like my work. And a cup, that first one was a nightmare. So I'm gonna go change that tomorrow. For tonight, I'm gonna change the rates, bump up the basic $50, add per bonding wire. But I've had enough work this month to take a little bit of leisure time. Oh. Still got to replace my thermostats, but winter's ending here soon, so. Just a pain in the butt if you want to change the temperature manually. Okay, there's some Cottie mess. Static bags. Or anti-static bags. And non-anti-static bags. Non-anti-static. Go in there. Let's go there. I reheat on my coffee and figure something else out to do. I could build more buttons. I build more welder boards. Hey, Paige, how you doing? I think you used to. I think you've been in here before, but we got to give Cottie cookies for you. Give Cottie cookies. Want cookies? Want cookies? Got a chatter. Okay, there we go. Those are for. I am Paige AT. Kitty Cat's not tired. Kitty Cat's upset because I found a flea on her, so I had to give her some flea meds. So. And she don't like flea meds. We call it the stinkies. Okay, I need to pack that up. Oh, I got eBays. Shit. Can't forget about those. Okay. The seller offer? No, I ain't paying that much for that thing. I know what he paid for it. I ain't paying that much. I'm declining offers. Decline. Yeah, we shop the same place, buddy. What's VFC or VCF? I don't even answer the will you combine shipping questions. If they want it, they'll pay the shipping up front. And I'm going to give a 10% off. Send it. Got it. Feedback. What do I have to? Pristine condition. Yes, okay. I responded back to this. Oh no, where's it at? I wouldn't even know where it's at. I wouldn't even know where the Vintage Computer Fest is at. This is a Grody Logitech remote. No button controls, battery leakage, sold as is. RMT B1. That piece of junk right there. Okay. Bubble. Bubble, bubble. Where is the bubble? We got Friday Mill Ground Advantage. 3 bubble bags. Okay. Get me a razor. Get me a bag. Get me a thing of that and Windex. Goes the give her kind of a wipe down-ish. Grody remote, but picture showed the grodiness, but I will make it look somewhat presentable, even though it was like $2. Beats going to the recycler, because people rebuild these remotes here, so they use them for parts and rebuild them. They're good for vintage stuff. I even use a similar one somewhere in here. I use this for my TV. For my TV there. My prison TV. It's the only one with kind of a couple codes. I need to find a real remote for it. We put it in a sealed bag. I'll check the chat in a minute. I just gotta get this stuff done. Person ordered last night, so yeah. Where's this Vintage Computer Fest at, man? I know the Repair Festival thing in Atlantic City. I will refuse to go to that because one of the sponsors of it's JBC, and it's like, it's something about right to repair. Jessa Jones is like being a judge in the soldering competition and stuff. Soldering competition sponsored by JBC, but it's about right to repair, and JBC don't support the right to repair. So I can't. No, I wrote him a nasty little note that says, "Hey, you know, your guys' mission is one thing, but your sponsors are anti-repair. How can that be?" You know. Okay. That is sealed. Sealed. Cottie's like, "You're using my camera." And the scale, I try not to have it as a catch-all, but it ends up being a catch-all. 5.8 ounces. Jaws TV. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go. I avoid Seattle. I'm not welcome there. If I'm in Seattle, there's something crazy going on for me to be up there. Yeah, this one is going to Midwest City, Oklahoma. Purchase, ship, and label. USPS. Repealed, stuck. Yeah. USPS, Ground Advantage. Padded shipping envelope. GAENV-1. So you need to set up a Poshmark closet, and then you email Victory Shipping with what you want. I just got like 400 of them, so I got plenty. Okay, this goes outbound. Next one. Go back to orders. This is an Ursa soldering station. I sold it for $13.99. I can't test it. I don't have a handle. So I just sold it for parts. An Ursa 2000A. And bin 5. Yeah, Seattle, I don't like Seattle. I don't like anything above Olympia. I don't even like Olympia. Yeah, Ursa. Yeah, I gotta go through all of these. These are capacitors, micas, tantalums, all just a box. I gotta go through all those, and I don't want to. Okay. I grabbed the power cord for this. But just a versus soldering station. $13. $14 plus shipping. I just give shit away cheap. Just get rid of it. Get it into somebody else's hands. Okay, I need a box. Yeah, if you do any type of shipping, mail order stuff, man, that's, you gotta know how to get decent boxes and stuff. Decent rates. All right, how's this guy going for shipment on this? Ground advantage. It fits. Man, you gotta remember what bin I put power cords in. All the way at the bottom, my luck. Move some of this crap back up into the attic. Gotta sell some of it. Yeah, the Neo Geo. All my cords are gonna be all the way at the bottom. That was my other 24 volt. Looking for that the other day. Maybe right there. No, that's not it. And I saw that I put those. There they are. Okay. Power cord. Power cords. Okay. Yeah, there's really nothing. I'm not in too much into vintage computers. Wrap this up. Put me my. Oop. Don't have any stickers printed for that. Oh well. That's good enough for that. Well, there we go. Packed and ready. Nice and tight. Oh, I hear doggy. 864 on the dimensions. What's the weight? 3 pounds, 14 ounces, so 4 pounds. Whew. Probably lost my butt on that one. I put it up a little higher. I made a little bit on the ship on that one. Okay, go to sleep. I need to go sleep here shortly too. Doing my morning coffee work since I'm up. Put a couple more straps of tape on that. Got this tape off of Amazon. It stinks, man. Whew. Whatever adhesive they're using on it, it's sticky and it's not really that sticky, but it stinks. Yeah. That is all packered up. Off it goes. And only 2 little items. I gotta do something else, man. Something else I gotta do. I need more coffee. Be right back. Somebody remind me to turn my mic on if you don't see me in a few minutes. Or hear me. If you see me and not hear me, tell me to turn my mic on. Okay, I got my coffee. I gotta find those resistors. They're around here somewhere. I know I got a pack of them. I think these are not. I think these are quarter watts. I could put quarter watts in. Could get it done, get it out the door. I got 47K. Can't remember what. I gotta remember what. Gotta get rid of all this crap up here too. All this stuff up here needs to go. Just gotta inventory it, pack it up, ship it out. My lathe should be going away shortly. I'll free up some more floor space that I can fill up with something else. Clippy. We got Cottie. He's sitting there watching. Okay, I still have to unbox, test that, x-ray it. These are for the Rodenschwarz little feet. I tried printing the other feet and I kept, my layers aren't sticking for some reason. Okay, stays here. That was my Mauser order. Fold that up and stick this under here for scratch paper. Okay, these are my things. There's a VHS cassette. It goes in here. Can't believe how much VHSs are going for nowadays. Holy crapola. You know, they're going for a lot of money for a quarter. For decent ones. I have audio. Joe and I have audio. But I only got 2 friggin' viewers. You. And somebody else. So. Yeah, I gotta stick those up here. I usually put stuff I use quite frequently. I'll stick it in my bins up here. And those resistors are not in here. This is the problem. I can spend an hour looking for them, or I can just order new ones. And they'll be here in 3 days. It's cheaper. Cool. Yeah, I just use them to, if I ever get a VHS player in. I've got sacrificial cassettes. I can't remember where I put the Star Wars. Alright, so I've been doing this one, I 3D printed a whole pattern. So this board, I'm still trying to find me the proper rotary band switch. As soon as I find one that will work, I will have the boards made. And I gotta make me a test fixture for this one. But yeah. Then I picked up the other board. Now this is a factory miller. There's solder flux everywhere on it compared to my board. I mean, my board wouldn't work. The spacings are way off and the wiring is different, but I think mine look better. But I said, well, if I'm going to just do one of the boards, even though they all come with this board, I'm just going to redo this board too. Why not? That's on my list. I need to just go sit down and do it. Get those ordered and get some of them assembled and listed. This one, the rotary switch, I think I'm going to have to just cut a hole in the board and just use a regular style rotary, open style rotary, and have it bolt in with standoffs or something different, because I can't find a suitable replacement for that switch. I tried. I did. All right, what do we got up here? Clean off this printer here. Okay, we can throw that out. It's garbage. We have maintenance for the 650A. I throw that out. I don't need those. Hey, that's what I got to order. I have to order paper. So I made a Walmart order the other day, and I was like, I need paper. I made my order and I forgot to add my paper. So I need to print some stuff because I got to get Avon served. That's the rental chart. This is a overlay or a sticker. It's from another guy. He made these up. So I can put that on the BPM. I need to do that. No, I need to order more business card holder things too. I got a lot of stuff to order, and I keep saying I need to order it, and I need to write it down. That way I do it. Because if I don't write it down, I'll forget to do it. And then I'll be going, didn't I remember to... This is done. That one's done. But this is part of his other order. So it gets on hold right there. There goes in the done pile today. This is another one of those FRNSIs. This is what their LCR meter. I want to put it up head to head with my BK Precision LCR meter. You didn't drink much of your water. Okay, labels. This rag goes over here. I should just pull that power supply and get it done. The supply of what? All right, this is the 879B. Anti-static foam goes in anti-static foam box. Where's my anti-static foam piece box? Don't know. Right there. Make a new one. I hope that guy sends a check for the lathe. I want this fucker out of here. I'm done with the machining stuff forever. This is slow charging. I don't want to slow charge that bastard. Yeah, for some reason this thing wants to only slow charge. Yeah. Super caps, man. They go pop. Lots of corrosion work. Yeah, I gotta find my binder. I know I put it somewhere. Not like I stuck it up there. I can't move that door because it's got camera wedged in it up there. I know I got the caps. They're gonna be in a. I probably stuffed them somewhere because I'll remember where I put these damn things. No, I never do. Get in a bath. Okay, clean this mess up over here. Yeah, that's that goes over here to this Alexa. There it goes. Gotta remember which one goes to the Google Home. That's just USB. Micro B. That is a 12-volt unit in that goes to the scanner over here. Shop cleanup, man. Way too much crap. And this was a 12-volt 2 amp, just generic. This was a Nintendo one, I believe. Nintendo. Game Gurus, what's that one for? It says Nintendo on it. Model HAC-002. USB-C. So it has a 5 volt and 15 volt. I know it was in one of my lots I bought, so. This kind of straightened back up here. Usually have a couple power cords. IEC. That was my monitor. I don't know how that Ethernet cable got untucked from there. A little bit of work at a time, then I mess it right back up. I don't know how old capacitors got over here. Parts get flying everywhere sometimes. Okay. Sealer. That's much cleaner. This goes back here. Yeah, clean these straw out too. It'd be a mess. Oh, I need to do a, I'm going to try that. I'm going to do that. There we go. I need another sign on my microscope. Okay. Need to move the space for it. You can make another one of those. Glue on these stickers is massive. Okay. So what are we going to say instead of space for rent? Wakako? There we go. maybe they'll be nice and release the schematics. Or if that'll get me demonetized. Okay. I really need to chickens aren't up yet. The door's aquarium light's not on. Okay. What can I get rid of right now? I need to list something on eBay. Yes, I do. Need to get rid of something. All right, should I respond to this guy? I'll respond. What's his feedback looking like? I don't want him buying from me. He's got some icky feedback left for others. So. I'll throw a space for rent there. You see that? I need like a digital light. Need a bigger sticker. Oh, that's right. I'm running low on that. I'm gonna replace that spool soon. Huh? That's a weird message. It's a spammer. Please send over your best email so we can get this done this week. Hmm? Geointelligence Club Inc. Professional Services Ventures, Alberta. Data Analytics Systems, BV. Yep. Scammer. Block number. Yeah. I'll look up my... I'll try to find my... I think it was Nikon that made my circular polarizer for the 48 millimeter, which is most of the common Chinese Barlow lenses. They're like $30. They're like $30. I have some filters, a drawer of filters down here. The drawer of hard drives. I had a drawer full of... Yeah, I've got a bunch of filters in here. That's a UV. But I thought I had that circular polarizer in here. 48 millimeter. What was this filter? Let's throw this on and see what it does to the microscope. Throw the microscope up here. Play with a filter. Let's play with some of these filters. This is like a so an HMC. Let's throw a board. Where's that board right here? With it just darkens it. Kind of darkens it a little. That's all that one seems to do. Here's a polarizer. Which thread is this? This is like a 55 millimeter circular polarizer. Right here. Fogging up on me. There's a Hoya. That's 55 millimeter. Yeah, it works because the Siglant are, you can put it up like your test instruments and anything with an LCD screen. You can make it go black by just adjusting the polarization. So, yeah, it's just these. I know I got a Nikon around here, and I'll try it. But that just wants to fog up. Gotta clean that. I know, I'm getting closer. Let's see, there's a red. .52mm red. I don't know what I did with the other polarizer. This is like a crosshatch thing. I don't think it does anything. Yeah, it don't do anything. Oh, it must be cold in that drawer because this thing just, all these lenses fog up. I want to bring them by the warm light. Yeah, then those were adapters. I mean, I could have probably got a 48 to 55 and adapter for nothing. It was 55mm. Yeah, 55. Yeah, just measure what your Barlow lens is, and it should be 48. That's the most common for these Chinese Barlow lenses. So I poopered out. Just gotta go back in the circular polarizer. Yeah, I know I've got another one. Just gotta find it. I'm organized, but I'm not that organized. Toss this up on the shelf here. It'll end up getting used on another microscope. Yeah, that guy, I can message him and then deposit his check. Ooh, okay, I wrote that down yesterday. Where'd I put it? All the return addresses. Right here. And almost toss them out. And all my return addresses right there. What? I'm looking at my bins going, geesh. Waiting on parts. She wants cookies. You want cookies? I've had 325 views, so that's not that bad. Where did I put those frickin' parts? You know, if I find those parts, I can finish that up. But I'm never in a hurry. I gotta build some of those too. I'm out of those. I gotta put that controller back together and diagnose those. Gotta actually pull the chip off one, compare it to the other. I ain't gonna be in that drawer. Need to go through this drawer here. It's like old cameras. Panasonic, Sony's. Mounts. Definitely won't be in that drawer. Ooh, I broke through my deodorant tonight. I broke through that on that first transmission controller, man. That was I don't like those when the bonding wires start popping off like that. It's makes for a bad day. That's laptop power supply. It goes back over here to the laptop. My little Windows XP, I think, laptop. Sometimes I need Windows XP. Gotta get rid of this data IO crap, man. I'm done with data IO. Oh, I've been sitting here talking. Oh, that's what I can do. I'm gonna do that right now. I need to do that. Yeah, I put fuck Echo. Yes. All right, I'm gonna take my turn the spectrum analyzer on. Turn the microscope off. I'm gonna have to slide that. Oh, you can't see that. What is my IP address on that? 206. Let's try that. Let's see if I can connect to this. We got a monitor. See, this one I think we can go remote. Yeah, we can do remote and local on this one here. Let's see, do I have an existing scope? VDOS. Nope. Yeah, so I'm going to add window capture VNA. Select a window, easy spectrum right there. Oh. Okay, now we're got the easy spectrum up. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be that big. Okay, now we have the spectrum analyzer up here. We have 1.6 gigahertz to 3.2. So center frequency is 1.6. I want the start frequency. Nope, I can't. It disables the remote also. Damn it. I need to figure out I don't want to have to come over here and do that. So frequency. How do I change the frequency on the software here? So if I did, we're just going to go through the whole, we're just going to go through the whole thing. Now, let's bring this big old beast right here over here. All right. This Roden Schwartz. Now you guys can't see that. Maybe you can. Oh, this way. Signal generator. Where the plug-in was on this thing, right there, right in the center. Right in the way of the microscope. Okay. Let me go grab a cord. I'm gonna plug this in. Can you see it? Kind of. Oop. Beat my record for streaming. What, 8 hours? Okay. Plug this in. Power it up. And let's type in. I barely see it up there, but we'll see the spectrum analyzer right here. I really don't need the overhead. Turn that overhead off. Not gonna work. So, okay, so I'm gonna type in frequency 1.6 gigahertz. And I'm gonna turn the RF on. We ain't got nothing. We don't got nothing. Maybe the level's not right. Could have a peak there. It might not work. -10 should be enough. Yeah, we are hooked in. Okay, let's try 100 megahertz. Nothing. That's a bummer. No output. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but we should be getting, I'm going to go like 3 gigahertz. I'm not getting nothing. No. RF off, RF on. I'll do a reset and try it again later. But no errors. Error reporting. No statistic errors in the system. I might have to reset. I need to figure out how to use this thing. Okay, so memory's been deleted. You know, we got a spike. There we go. We have a spike. There we go. Okay, let's do 1.6 frequency. 1.6 gigahertz. There we go. We got a spike there. She's got output. THRCE, hello. Okay. Was that the ISO one you were having fixed, the one that you bought dead? Cottie gets cookies. Awesome. So would they end up charging you like $400 to fix it? Let's turn that level up. Like should about 10. Okay, so this one works. We got a nice, good, clean 1.6 gigahertz. 309 ship. Damn, you got a good deal then. Didn't you pay like $100 for it or something? I don't remember. Or $200. Okay, let's try 3 gigahertz. We shifted way over here, 3 gigahertz. $290. Hey, that's half price, man. Sloth Tech, how you doing? Time for cook. Yep, we're getting chatters. See, let's give you. You're gonna get fat. The channel rules, if you're new here, is anytime we get a new chatter, Cottie gets cookies. Sloth Tech. Okay. Yeah, I've been going at this for 8 hours. But this is a Rodenschwarz. There's Rodenschwarz. 5 kilohertz to 6 gigahertz SMT06 function generator. I just picked this up at the Tektronic Surplus, as is, of course, and I'm just checking it out right now. I got the spectrum analyzer on. Your alt accounts, it bumps the viewers up, and that way it bumps me up in the algorithm. So, okay, so this one here is working-ish. Let's try 200 megahertz. We got a little noise on 200 megahertz. You see that? A little noise on 200 megahertz. So, yeah, I'm not using a scope here. Scope's right there. Spectrum analyzers right there, or VNA. I could put this like right there and make it larger. So we got at 200 megahertz, we got a little bit of spurious signals there. Damn, that was a good deal. DSOX, damn. Okay, so let's try 300 megahertz. Okay. Little bit of noise, but not bad. Let's try 400 megahertz. We're getting a little bit more spurious. Let's try 500 megahertz. 600 megahertz. 700 megahertz. Waiting for a relay to click, so I don't know where it switches relays. So 800 megahertz. 1000. 1 gigahertz. 1 gigahertz, it cleans it right up there. Yeah, I'll have to look that model up, but yeah, that anything Agilent for a couple $100 is, as long as it wasn't ancient. But 100 megahertz 2-channel. Yeah, that's, $1,500, $2,000. Did we lose? We just lost the instrument, disconnected. There, we're back. I gotta figure out, I gotta call Siglent. This keeps disconnecting. brand new, but used value. I mean, if it was new in the box, yeah, you got a good deal. I mean, okay, so 1.1 gigahertz, 1.2 gigahertz, 1.4 gigahertz. Let's try 10 megahertz. Oh yeah, we're way down at the low end there. 1.7 gigahertz. 1.9 gigahertz. Yeah, I'm gonna end up selling this one here, I think. But yeah, I got same thing with my Siglant stuff here. It's pretty much all unlocked. 2.0 gigahertz, 2.1 gigahertz, 2.2 gigahertz, 2.3 gigahertz. I ain't seeing no gaps yet. 2.4 gigahertz. 2.6. And we lost connection again. This is common with this thing. Two 2.7 gigahertz, 2.8 gigahertz, 2.9 gigahertz. I can only go up to 3.2 because that's the size this VNA goes. So 2.7, 2.5 megahertz, 500 kilohertz. I'd have to recenter it to show it. So 3.2. Yeah, and that's way at the far end. Right at this far end here. I don't sell stuff to friends or family, so sorry, QS. Ah. So this works. Up to 3.2 gigahertz, I can check. But it should go all the way to 6. What I wanted to see, something's done. Got that done today. So. Ugh. These things are heavy, man. What's this weigh? Let's weigh it. Ugh. How much does this beast weigh? £31. Ooh, I got a error. My remote display is an error. Reboot. Reboot the scale. Yeah, it's a beefy spectrum analyzer, man. Or not spectrum, signal generator. Yeah. Yeah. My scale, it's a Mettler Toledo. It's commercial scale, man. Yeah, it's Cottie cookies. Ugh. Yeah, it fits it. Oh, you can see the scale. It's just the same thing the post office uses. Oh, they're pretty much. Let's see the outputs we have back here. We've got tune, reference trigger, x-axis, marker, blank, and then those are empties for options. So, but this one has no options. So, the other one here has options. So, yeah, it's big. Well, I at least got some battery going on this. I could hook up the SMA and do some transmitting with the Portapack. Oh, with the VNA. I don't know. But the battery's dead, so. I just need to order a new battery. Turn off the VNA. See Cottie there? See your eyes. Eyes. No, hack RF, man. Flipper Zero is a script kiddie. Way too far over. God damn, burnt myself again. Freaking edge of this board gets hot, man. Okay, what do I have here? Okay. Okay, aquarium's on. VNA disconnected again, I'm gonna assume. That was that bleep. You gotta figure out what some of this stuff is for. Okay, that was the... Gotta see what this is for here. Optoelectronic products. Some sort of fiber optic laser receiver. I don't know. Nah, she already did her sleeping. She did her sleeping a couple hours ago. I need to get this. Guy called me last week too. You gonna get this CB radio back to me? Yeah. Cat jealousy. Okay. This gets up here. A very expensive Chinese tweezers, BK Precision. What do you go in a drawer? Hey, QS, you need one of these, huh? Do you need one of these still? But yeah, I can get it to you faster than JVC can. Okay. These are boards from Arcade Junkie. Take a look at them. Turn a microscope on. Yeah, QS is having issues getting stuff from JVC. All right, this one is a Data East. Turn the microscope on. This is a Data East dedicated to JAMA. PCB Junkie makes some nice designs, man. I think that's bootleg video. 5-volt power supply. PCBJunkie.net. He makes really good adapters. So that's a Data East. Yeah. Can't remember what that was. I think I ordered that one for the Burger Time, but I don't have the Burger Time anymore. But I do have bootleg Burger Time. Then we have a Galaga. Galaga. Original bootleg cocktail upright. Red, green, blue, sink, ground. The video. GAA version 1.3. Yeah, I plan to set me up a arcade bench. We've got This one is a Space Invaders. Space Invaders. Space Invaders Pajama. Yeah, some good work. Backside. And we've got Konami to JAMA adapter. That's pretty basic. 5-volt supply, enable, disable. Control map, normal, hyper sport, hyper Olympic. I got these a long time ago. Stuffed them in the back. Dude, I'd have them send you another one, or at least a loaner, so you don't. But you won't listen to me. So, this is a Nintendo to JAMA. Thought I had a Versus to JAMA also, but I don't think I do. And then this is, he was working on this. I don't know if he finished it, but this is like a little super gun type breakout adapter that I'm going to use. I might use it, I might not. JAMA headers. PCB Junkie done it. He's up in Canada. Count, lock, speaker. But that's just a breakout. So I think this will work good for what I want to use it for. I'm just going to use this to mount it on the shelf and have it go to all my buttons, and then just have it flat. Have it like mounted with those two onto the shelf, kind of like under the, do I have a, let me shut this one off. Like have it mounted on the other shelf right there, and then have a JAMA extender. That way everything gets hooked into here and then broken out to buttons and everything. I'll get it. And I got a JAMA harness here, but I might just use an extender. I don't know. Well, there was some advertising for PCB Junkie. Hope he likes that. He's a good guy. But I thought I had a Nintendo Versus. Hey, found my fluke bag. In a drawer I never go into. Buried under crap. And there's some RF cables down here. That's FR4. Yeah, I'm not gonna find those resistors. I'm just gonna have to order them. These two little resistors are holding me up, man. I mean, I can just stuff in quarter watts, but VQS, THRCE, yes, I'm gonna be building me an arcade bench eventually. Yeah, you're not the only one. There's another person that bring Cottie up full screen there. There's another person I know that's ordered some stuff from JBC and has not received it yet. Oh, I've got 40 arcade PCBs ish that I'm keeping. Yeah, like this is writer's history. Don't know it, but I'll figure it out. Not familiar with that game. But I've got like a WWF WrestleFest right here. This is a WWF WrestleFest. Can't see. Put it down lower like that. WWF WrestleFest. Not in the sports games, but I want this one. So. And it wouldn't take much to hook it up. I believe it is the Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant one. Don't know if it works, but it's a simple board, so. Turn the microscope back on. A simple board. I don't see any leakage from those. This one I want to play. I haven't played this since I was a kid. I wish this would give me a wider field of view. I'm gonna have to go back to the Yavin. see if we're I don't know if it's focusing in there, but yeah, you might have to put the 07X Barlow back on here. YM2151 Yamaha. So, but that's WWF Resolvest. I've got bunch and bunch. Main event, 4-player. Yeah, Crime City. Crime City. Oh, I got a bunch. I'll go through them eventually. Once I get the bench set up the way I want. Got a whole box of tub down here. Looks like it should be framed. Yeah. 9 hours. 8 hours, 40 minutes. I will wake up and seal up these transmission controllers. Then send invoices. Once they're paid, I seal them up and then ship them out. But I got to figure out what the hell this is for. This was in a lot. Loosen. Turn the knockers go back on. Like a some sort of fiber optic receiver. Loosen 1320 PC RX, so it's a receiver of some sort. It's got pins. It's fiber optic. I don't know what it's for. Got a test certificate. It's brand new. I'll figure out what it's for. But it's in my way. Okay, so I did some x-rays today. This was the Daihatsu. There's the Daihatsu. Okay. Yeah, so we had to replace a couple bonding wires. This bonding wire right here came loose. We soldered it there. And this bonding wire came loose, and I just soldered it right back to there because there was enough pad exposed. It's a Faxitron BioVision. And then I have, that one survived. This one here, I believe that let loose, not a couple, one over here. This one let loose. That one let loose. And this one here. And I just soldered onto the trace right there. That's under epoxy. So the only area I can solder is right there. So I just scraped it away and soldered a jumper there to there. But where does this one go? Sometimes they're jumpered, but they go nowhere. So I got to map them all out. Yeah, that one goes to an actual pin on the IC. So, I mean, if let's chase it down here. It goes to there, and I don't know what's after there. So I could probably do zoom in on that section, but sometimes they just terminate to nothing. You know, there's this one here. It goes to a resistor. Then you got a jumper from here to here. It goes just to an empty pad, so I think it might be a test point of some sort. Faxitron. Faxitron BioVision. All right. They're hit or miss. So you're gambling whenever you buy one, so most of them have the computers removed, and they have a proprietary fiber optic card that hooks up to the sensor. I need to just go through and map all these out. Trace out every single circuit. Yeah, they're, you know, a known working one, you're talking about $3,000 to $4,000. I mean, if you do like I do and gamble, you can pick one up, unknown at, you know, condition boots, the computer boots for $1,200 to $1,500. You know, mine was $1,200 to my door. It booted. That was all they could tell me. It powers on. So, and this one only uses these two transistors. There's no transistor right there. So, but you can see the corrosion right here from the leakage. More corrosion here. And these boards are, I think it's the same revision. 989006. Let's check the next. Yeah, this is a different model. It's only got one jumper here. 989006CL. So the substrate's all the same. It's all different. See, this one's got all three transistors populated. So it's all just the different strapping. And it's probably the microcontroller numbers are different. And it's just probably the same microcontroller with just different programming. People have been wanting me to post these badly. Mostly people in like Japan and stuff that are rebuilding these, so they can see where all the jumpers go. And it looks like that was a test point at one point before they filled it over with epoxy. But it goes to a capacitor here. Like this is a filter. I'm going to say, I think this capacitor here's a filter capacitor for a transistor that's under the epoxy here. No telling what the transistor number is. Getting the epoxy off, not going to happen. You're going to take the numbers off with it. No telling what the number of transistors are here. But a lot of this circuitry is not used. I think this was just like a jelly bean board for transmission controllers. So, but you've got jumper to there, jumper, bonding wires. I need to find what the conductive adhesive is. I know I'm sounding like a friggin' broken record here, but way I can be more efficient on the repairs. If one or two of them break off, I can just drop a conductive adhesive and cure it and be done. Or if I run into a situation like tonight where a bunch of them are very, very brittle. I mean, if they're stuck, they're stuck. But you put any slightest amount of pressure, like a probe or something on it, it just breaks the bond and they just fall right off. So I want to do better. I want to make way better repairs. But look at this. That corrosion just goes everywhere. That's corrosion right there. It shouldn't be corrosion. It's just dried up electrolytic acid. So that's ground bond to the bottom of the aluminum substrate. And this is ceramic nitrided board. So I lost all my viewers on Googling over X-rays, but it takes good X-rays. I mean, that's awesome X-ray machine for what it is. It's small, but you know, you can see the bonding wires in the chip. It's the lead frame. So you can tell where there's no epoxy flow. It's black. But very helpful information here. I was going to take, I was storing a couple ones in here that were hacked. No, one of them was hacked on, one of them. I paid $1,200 for mine to the door is a gamble. It powered up and booted. So other than that, it was as is, 4 parts. The only thing I've found with it so far, I thought the UPS battery was dead in it, but yesterday or day before yesterday when I was live streaming, I went and turned it on and let it go through its self-test and everything. And I was like, what the hell is it beeping for? And I forgot to plug it back in. So I guess the UPS batteries kind of work. So yeah, it works well. It's got very low hours, very low time on the source. So I added it up. I think it's got maybe 50 hours of source time. So that's not a lot for a source. They're rated for like 10,000 or something hours or something like that. So it's a vacuum tube. It's not as nice as a microfocus tube, but on my blog I'll have information on it. I need to figure out how to open the case of the thing up and go through it. But right now it's earning, so it don't get taken apart. Almost a 9-hour stream here. Woohoo! Okay, this is aviation radio. I can't wait to get my next item that's showing up maybe next week or the week after. Gotta make room for it. It'll get stuck somewhere on a bench. My shop is a disaster. I'm embarrassed of it. Literally, I don't get embarrassed often, but it's embarrassing. I need to stop going to the Tektronix surplus. Keep buying crap that I don't need. I made a sell of something. Cable and adapter, quantity 4. Oh, bought 4 of these cables. Item paid. Where'd I put those? Bin 8 electronics toolbox out of stock. Okay. All right, well, bin 8. Oh, there they are. What did somebody buy? One, two, three, four. They just look like Ethernet cables with a ferrite and an adapter, like 9-pin adapter. Give Cottie some cookies. She's being good. So, get those packed up. They're just cables. They can go on a bubble bag. What type of shipping did he want? Sometimes these guys want high dollar shipping. We don't like to do the high dollar shipping. Ground advantage, okay. Yeah, we'll get shipped like that. Put another roll of it on there. Let's give another wrap. Bubble wrap's cheap. Where are you going, Cotties? Hey, bubble wrap. I just covered my box of padded envelopes. That's what sell price of that was. Total of 27. Out of there. $13.96. Woohoo. Big spender, but you know what? It funds my YouTube, so nah, nice and sealed. Gonna wait. Remove the signal generator. Oh, it's heavy, 31 pounds, 32 pounds. Things are massive. 1 pound, 0.8 ounces. That's gotta be like 2 pounds. Get a shipping label. Yeah, it's going to be 1 pound, 1 ounce. They'll overage me on that one. They're getting pretty picky. Stop. Get away from me. Get over here. Wichita, Kansas. Purchase shipping label. Print label. Put it in my out. Okay. It's ready to go out. That was it. 8 a.m. Got to put the flag up by 9 a.m. Let's see, any of these Faxitrons on eBay? I kind of stopped looking at them. Here's one that boots. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is a newer one. That one boots. That means it's got the computer. But is the source good or not? Don't know. Like $1,200 plus $575 shipping. The software is available. Yeah, another one, $3,200. That's it right now. Another 3,000 parts only. I want a Dage, but those are 20,000 bucks. Yeah, it's a hit or miss, man. But that's what I do on this channel. Is I'll gamble on eBay stuff. See if I win or lose. Other than doing the repair stuff, I just got a microscope that I can use a camera on, so that's new this year. I'm not sure. I'd have to. Is that the description of it? Let me try that. That's probably real low power. Yeah, I got the Meiji Techno, the Japanese one. It's taking some time to get used to it. There's a few things I don't like on it, but like the pupillary distance seems off. But yeah, it's the EMZ 8-TR. Yeah, I'm finding it here, is it? But I don't think that's a real X-ray machine. Or it's very low power X-rays. That'd be very, very low power X-ray. Getting that into the United States would be a hassle. They don't tell how many kilovolts it is. Oh, 40 to 60 kilovolt. So that's pretty high. 10,000 hours on the lifespan of the tube. So yeah, I looked at the Nikon, but a lot of them don't have semifocal where you literally got to shut an eyepiece off still to be able to have a trinocular port. Yeah, I wouldn't trust those Chinese X-ray. I mean, the sensor size, I can't. I'm trying to find the sensor size. I have a what's it? Look at what the sensor size is here. 10 by 15 centimeter. So 4" by 6" sensor. So, and that's at 1x. It's a smaller area the more you zoom in. So the closer you get to your X-ray source, the smaller the area that you can get, but it'll give you a closer, more detailed image. So trying to figure out, looking at the specs gives the box dimensions, security hard case dimensions. Magnum image field of view of 45 to 5 millimeter. It's not saying what the sensor size is, so. I mean, if it's a small sensor and you're good at stitching stuff, but it don't look like it's got that big of a sensor from the pictures. So. They don't give good enough pictures either. From the pictures I can see, it's got a really tiny sensor, maybe 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch. So it's really little. I'd be very, very hesitant on 40 to 60 kilovolts. That's too small of a package. I mean, a 60 kilovolt, a 40 or 60 kilovolt source is bigger than that whole machine with power supply. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's, let me pull up I did a board, I did the Magewell. It's multi-layer board. It's like 6 layers. Mine's limited to 4 layers on my unit because I'm only 40 kilovolts. I did the Magewell card. I didn't zoom in or anything on it. So I could have zoomed and got more details of the balls. That's the Magewell card. That's that card. You couldn't see the card. That's 4K capture card. It's got some heavy ground planes in it. But if I zoomed in, I could get a and took off the heat. That's going through the aluminum heat sink. That's going through that aluminum heat sink. Checking that BGA chip out. You got the memory over here. Yeah, ball via ball via ball via ball. Ball. It looks like that's kind of like a ground area or something. Trace between that ball and that ball and that via. Looks like all those balls are fairly well soldered. And you see all the traces here in the inner layers. I can't get good details because it's got massive planes on it, power planes. But I mean, if I wanted to zoom into this area, I could. I'll just do it. Let me zoom in on. I'll go do an X-ray, and I will zoom in right on that chip. Okay, I got to just do the settings here. I'll put it up at 2x mag. I'm just going to use. Oop. I need to change settings. Hold on. Just wasting an X-ray here. X-ray's done. It's just now processing the data. So yeah, I gotta go a little longer. I can get closer up to it, but really need to remove the heat sink to get a real clear image. Let me save this one. This is a Mag 2X. I need to go a little longer on the time, but we'll just save this one. Save as. It might not save because it's trying to find the network drive. Oop, there it goes. Took forever to find the network drive. Okay. We got it saved. Let's open it up over here. Close this one down. Yeah, it don't take long. Takes longer to process it than it's gonna say Mitsubishi Pajero, but time date. I might want to open it so you can see it, right? There you go. Okay, now that's at a 2X mag. I didn't do the full 40 kilovolts, so it's going to be a little bit blurry. I need to bump it up to 40 kilovolts to try to get through, but you can see almost all the distinctive layers. More detail of the balls underneath the big BGA chip going through that heat sink. If the heat sink wasn't there, it would be a lot cleaner. And I can get closer. I just got to get closer to the source. This gives you. Might have to close that down. Let me turn this off real quick. I'll bring it right back. This plate here. This is 1.45x. This is 2x. So if you got another 2 inches closer to the source, it would bring it down to. You can scale it down, but that's how I did the card. And right through the heat sink there. Pretty thick heat sink. But bring that back up. And if I would have went 40 kilovolt, it probably would have came out a little bit cleaner. You can see the mechanics inside. Yeah, I should have went 40 kilovolts. So I'm sitting at like 30 something right now. It went 10 seconds and yeah, you can pretty much tell where your traces are going. If it wasn't for that heat sink, this would be really, really clear here. Just like it is over here. Oh, it's kind of blurry, but just because that big plane layer, got to get through it. But do a 40. I'm not going to do a 40. These are life limited tubes. So more I use it at maximum settings, the it's not gonna last that long. It's gonna wear it out faster. So. It's an earning tool, so I'll do x-rays every now and then, but I figured I'd do it for you there. Just to show you. But it don't take that long to what's inside the Rode mic? I'll do one of the Rode. I'll do one of this. I'll do a microphone. I'm curious. I want to see what's inside of it. It'll fit at the same settings. So. This X-ray goes blast right through. Batteries, so. Okay, it's processing. Ooh, that didn't turn out well. That wasn't that good. Save as. I'll save it anyways. This is through all the plastic and everything. There's something blocking it. There. No lead suit. No need. It's a self-contained shielded unit. All right, so this was. Let me open that up here. There it is. That's what's inside the microphone. It's not that, it's whatever we have here. This must be the battery here. It didn't penetrate. Usually it goes through batteries, so this must be like kind of a shielded battery. Not sure what those wires go there, but looks like that might be the battery. Doing a zoom in. Yeah, the more kilovolts you have, the denser the stuff. I mean, 36 kilovolts is like driving a like driving a 26-foot moving box truck. 40 kilovolts is like driving a 18-wheeler semi truck. So imagine hitting it that hard. So, and then your milliamps, that is how many of them. Say if you got, if you're 1 amp, that would be like 10 trucks. If you're at 1.5 amp, that's like 15 trucks. So that's the easiest way to explain it, the way I can interpret it. But yeah, it didn't do that good of a job on this one. You have to play with the settings. Oh. Come on, man. I only got like 2 watchers. Now I'm doing x-rays. I mean, come on, guys. Gals. Yeah. I like the angle of the eyepieces on the Avon more, but I've used the Avon for many. My microphone died. Somebody should have told me no audio. Okay, we have audio again? Hey, we should have audio back. So I finished going through my emails. Almost time for me to put something on my belly and take a nap. Yeah, getting banned off the Data.io user group by that narcissist kind of did me a favor, because I'd sit there and read for hours, and now I don't have to do that. And people ain't contacting me. That's a good thing. Oh. But maybe I should do that. I got that 3900. I need to put the SSD in it. Then I gotta download RawWrite, make the files. I don't want to do that. Been at this too long. Been at this, what, almost 10 hours, so. I'm a machine tonight, man. And my coffee's getting low. I need more coffee. No, I don't. I need to go in there and I need to do invoices. I'll do them later tonight. Do invoices, get these paid, sealed up. I've only had one person not pay. So I undid my work and sent it back to him undone with. Oh, what do I want to do? I got to do something. I just can't call today. Shut the x-ray machine down. You don't need to be powered on all this time. Exit the windows, yes. I like it that I got it networked now, that I can save files to my main PC. It's powered off. We're not doing no more x-rays. I need to build more boards. Dude, we have no viewers at all. I could just leave it on and let it run for hours and hours and hours. I think YouTube cuts you off after a certain amount of time. I still want to make an offer on another item here, but it might have already sold, so it was going to be another gamble, but see if I can find it. It's a 160 kilovolt machine. Or no, 90 kilovolts, sorry. That's like a freight train. 160 kilovolts is like a space shuttle. Ballistic missile. I should just make another offer, the same one I did that they declined. I want to gamble on it. It's got a massive sensor size on it. I'll wait until my lathe goes away. Get rid of the lathe and then I'll do it. But I really want a Dage 3D CT machine. I could make some good money with that. That's right. I gotta take a week and next month and do my taxes. Ugh. I procrastinated this month. I could test all these boards I built the other night. 308. 760 by 51 NATO. Then we've got 223, 556 by 45. Ammo. You put those back in the into the vault. All right, let's research this thing and maybe get it listed. Wish I had the cable, the probe. It's in good condition. I could plug it into the go like that. Maybe I should leave an X-ray up on the screen. But I got the X-ray machine off. So. Brush my teeth. They're getting all slimy. I hate that feeling. Parts only, $166. $194. $268 tested. I got the scope to plug this probe in. Need the cable part to it. Do I have one? I might have one. See if I can get a cable part and I can boot it up and test the probe. But I need to replace the cap, the reefers in that power supply. Let's see if I have a probe. I thought I had one that came up, it was a modular type probe. It's like an old 50 megahertz one there. That ain't gonna work. Search my stuff. Thought I came across one the other day in a box. If it's in that one of those bins, then I won't ever use it again. And that's where it goes. On eBay. I don't see it. Nope. Means I ain't got it. Yeah, I got 10% off. It's FPGA. And offer. Got it. I've got 0.1 bars left on the battery to go on that charge. I hope that person sends the check for the lathe. I usually don't take checks, but they're usually all fakes, so. Maybe I should send QS like 1,000 bubble envelopes. I don't think you'd like that very much. And big ass boxes show up outside of his front door. We're rolling up on 10 hours. Should I cut it off at 10 hours? I think I am. I'm going to cut it off at 10 hours. 10-hour stream's good enough for me. Yeah, what? Minute and something. So, we were going to catch y'all later. I am done for the day. We're gonna give Cottie her end of stream cookies. Yep. End of stream Cottie cookies. Next Insomnia stream will be someday. So we will definitely be seeing y'all later. I'm gonna let it roll here. We got about 30 seconds left. Let's give Cottie more cookies. And that'll be a 10-hour stream. We did a bunch of work today. We got work done today. We got from a day or two behind to 3 or 4 days ahead. So we got 10 seconds and this stream is over. I'll probably go a few seconds after, but we did x-rays, we did all sorts of fun stuff. So, but